MiniWarGaming.com. Wargamers, this is a social detox, and I thought that Jimmy here and I can and all of us can have a little bit of a conversation. And why did we do this? Well, Jimmy's nice and green, and he added well to the thumbnail and grabbing attention algorithm, whatever. So Jimmy's done his job. Now, as we have a little bit of a discussion / conversation here, I thought we could talk about Adepticon a little bit, because there's a lot that happened at Adepticon. There was a lot to take in. There's a lot of kind of social energy flying around and buzzing around, and kind of sometimes hard to kind of process it all, or it can be anyway. And if it is, then that's completely normal, completely natural. But yeah, welcome to live chat. Remember to okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just kind of going. I don't see anything here. I just see. Oh, you know what? I got to remember the time too. It is actually kind of late at night, and perhaps that's why we're just discovering that this is a thing. So I'm going to move in the process of this detox. By the way, this is kind of like a little bit oxymoronic. It's like social detox. Well, if you're social detoxing, then why are you doing a live stream right now? That doesn't make any sense. This is my social detox. This is what this is for me. So if you want to tune in and kind of go through this kind of with me, then all the better. Nikki6, hey, how's it going? I'm just moving along here. Are you moving where you are? I'm not a fitness person, so I'm not going to give any sort of advice that really anyone should listen to. You should really do it professional. I'm just moving. I'm just a dude that moves. I just like to move. That's it. If you want to move with me, cool. Just let me know what you're doing to move. Your detox is intoxicating, David. Well, thank you, Lee. I'm not sure what that means, but it sounds like good words. Ent Consulting. Ooh, that. What? Oh, no, that's your thing. It's Spark. Oh, now I see. Okay, all right, it's Spark Hammer. Well, see, that makes sense. Are you doing push-ups? Nikki, the whole time during Adepticon, every time I saw her, it's dropping, doing push-ups. Because that's what Nikki does. Nikki just gets people to do push-ups, and then it's contagious. So awesome. Vicious, what's up, man? How you doing? Frau's Cult of Nine. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in. Let the change overcome you. Don't mind the extra tentacle. That sounds funny. There's many thoughts. There's 9 ways that could go. Let me see that. And I thought of Bush, because child, teenager of the 90s, I'm going to think of that when I hear breathe in, breathe out. Lee H, I'm editing photographs of people doing sports. Does that count as exercise? Well, you're using your mind and you're moving your fingers. Are you doing it standing up? Are you stretching and doing some squats every few minutes? I don't know, man. Like I said before, I'm not a fitness expert, so I'm not going to tell you what constitutes exercise. But what I can do is lend my personal opinion as to what movement is. I think movement is anything. It's particles in motion. So that's what I think. And I think it's just fun to move, and it's especially fun to move with people that you like. Okay, now we got to twist them this way and twist them this way. It's just so much fun to just move around. We're kind of not really doing anything right now. We're just talking, moving. It's super lightweight. This isn't a workout, exercise, anything. Don't tune into this and be thinking, oh, what are we doing working out here? We're just hanging out. We're just moving around. If we were in the same room talking, I would be doing the exact same thing. I would just be doing this. And so if these were here in front of you and you wanted to grab some too, that'd be pretty cool. Damn, you look like a 2015 Levi stock. Random guy. Thank you. I'm not smart enough to know what that means. I'm sorry. Maybe someone needs to explain. Dave and Videos XD. Did you hear about the Ma situation? Nope, did not. Don't know what that is. I was pretty busy at the Ravage Star booth, if I'm being honest. So, um, yeah, I was there, or I was like just talking to people everywhere. That's where I spent the majority of my Adepticon. Majority of my Adepticon was, well, first off, I slept every night. Okay, so for those who were in support of the idea that I needed to sleep every night, thank you very much. That's actually wise, and to know that that many people support you and um, care for your well-being. That's quite humbling to know that. So thank you very much. Every night I was able to sleep. Now the first night I slept for 2 hours. That when was that? Wednesday night? Yeah, that was Wednesday because we first got there and we set up the booth. Thursday night, I slept for about 3 hours, but I still slept. I still separated the days with sleep. The day after that, I slept for 7 hours. And I caught up a little bit, and I don't know if you can catch up on sleep, but my body felt like it anyway. And then the night after that was about 4 hours because it's hard to turn off the brain. And then the night after that, what was that? Probably another 4 hours again. So it's like, okay, so yeah, it wasn't too bad. There was two periods before. I mean, Adepticon 2023, where there was two 48-hour periods, which is completely unhealthy. I would not recommend doing that. That's it made it so um, health concerns. There was people really concerned, people who are much smarter than me, saying, "Dave, you need to be careful because it, your body could do things and you could get hurt." So, and I love that. Thank you, Sean. Sean, are you moving? What are you doing to move right now? What are you doing? Don't say you're in bed. Um, you're an hour behind me. So, are you moving with me? It's not so late, is it? What time is it? What time are you doing? 11. Okay, so it's 10 o'clock where you are. What are you doing? Who's that guy behind you? Um, you're the guy behind me. Me, yes, you. Oh, geez, yes. I'm at a PC editing photos. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing to move. And see, I don't say if one way moving is good or bad. I don't know what any of that means. I just move. So if you're here watching this, tuning into this as you're editing photos, and you happen to are you editing photos on your computer? Yeah, you said you're at a PC, right? So let's see. I went for a 1 hour gym session earlier, says Sean. Says Sean Burke. By the way, any sort of footage that we see in the next little while coming from Adepticon, it's Sean's fault. It's Sean Burke's fault. Okay. Uh, just so you know, and he's here in the chat right now. So if you say things to Sean, he will hear it, which is the best thing ever. Okay. Going back to some of this stuff here. Let me see. Going over the comments here. Let's see. The Jedi Kid 123. Dave, I've been watching MiniWarGaming since 2011 or 2012, and I've come back to Warhammer in recent years. I'm happy that you and Matt, forgive my spelling, still are around. Your content and channel were a big part of my childhood, and I still like to watch your terrain videos every once in a while. You know what? Cool. That's cool. And you'd be happy to know that we're actually setting up a Zen zone here so that we can do some hobbying from the house. So I think that's one of the best things that you could do. Just have a space in your home where you could hobby and it's allowed to be a little bit messy. I think that's healthy and important. What happened to the quitting YouTube video? Um, we don't want to quit YouTube. That's, I mean, as much as people might think about those things sometimes, um, and many are quitting. Have we thought about it? Well, of course we've thought about it. We have to think about all things, but we're not quitting YouTube. Are you kidding me? I'm way too addicted to this. Good luck trying to stop it. Okay? There would have to be no YouTube for me to not want to make YouTube videos. There's a reason why I'm live streaming right now. Out of all the different methods of processing my emotions and detoxing socially, I could have chosen all the methods. And what do I choose? YouTube. So I think that answers the question. We're not quitting YouTube. We're we're doing exactly what we're meant to be doing, and that's making more videos on YouTube. And yes, Sean, it is your fault. He got our pilot episode. Who got our pilot episode? What are you talking about, Nikki? Who got whose pilot episode? What's going on? Gorborn, yes. Where else would you be showing off your core and progress if you left YouTube anyways? Well, that's a very, very good question. All right, Mitch. Okay, shout out to Mitch. He showed me these. He showed me these curls where you could put your palms forward. But again, I'm not an exercise fitness expert, anything. Don't follow me or listen to me when it comes to this stuff. Listen to the experts. I'm just moving. And I just happen to have this camera on and be sharing some things that I've seen other people do. That's how I'm treating all of this stuff. Okay, like proceed forward with caution. I'm not an expert in this stuff. Just a dude that moves. And right now, I'm totally happy to do that and be that. I don't want to be more than that. I want to be an expert in something. What does it even mean to be an expert in something? You got to be certified someplace, somewhere, in multiple places, and that's not what I want. I just want to be a dude that moves and Scrooge McDucks into plastic. Okay, that's my life dream. Just let me have this. That's all I want. Like the stream, folks. Show some love, Holmes, says Kane. What's up, brother? Jonathan! Dude. Man, so good seeing you after all the years of not seeing you in person. Your beard threw me off. I already said this to you, but it's true. You look really good. Sorry I didn't have a chance to see your game and show me stuff. There was a million people everywhere. Everything everywhere all at once. I think it's now doctrine. That's how life is. But I know you know how it goes. Please continue with the blood drives. I think it's been years since you've done that. I don't know if you still do that, but if you do, yes, please do more. Okay? War Budgies. Everyone, watch War Budgie stuff, especially on Instagram. Check out his projects. Fallout, chaos, all of the awesomeness. All I gotta say. Mooby. Wait, Mooby? Hey Dave, I have a rat question for you. I'm thinking about getting back into Skaven. After 20 years, should I start now or wait for the Dallas Open? I love me some rats. Much love. Dallas Open. See, now I don't know what the Dallas Open is. You're gonna have to tell me what that is first in order for me to really fully answer your question there. So, you know, um, it was great to meet you guys at the booth. Love the demo. Stinger Marine 85. Well, thank you for coming to the booth. It was wonderful having you at the booth. We are going to Nova Open. So if you choose to come to Nova Open, then we shall see you at that booth. Also, UK Games Expo. That's um, the next convention that we are going to. So you are in the UK and you're planning on going to that, then we shall see you there. Yeah. Look for Wayland Games. We'll be hanging around the Wayland Games booth. Okay, just saying that. Saying that right now. That's what we're gonna do. Lee, I'm moving now. 3D print just finished, so down with sport editing onto space orc resin cleaning. I love it, man. I love it. Tell me about it. Tell me about your Adepticon experiences. Tell me some things that you saw, some cool things, anything, no matter what. People that you met that you thought were cool, cool things that you saw that you wanted to see, demos that you played. I want to know all this stuff. All this stuff. If you had a chance to come to the Ravage Star booth, I also want to know that. That is for my own personal sake. I'm just curious if you had a chance. And yeah, all the things. Please share. Was awesome, man. Gonna get up to the bunker and play some games soon, says War Budgies. Awesome. Yes, amazing. Would love to have you. It would be amazing. And then we can play a game with the 4 chaos portals that you built and gave to the bunker and are there in person. And I like to show them off sometimes because they go on forever. And chaos portals really should go on forever. I think that's how that works. Dave Mers. Hey, Dave. My name also is Dave. Hi, Dave. Nice to meet you as well. Been watching over 10 years. Excuse me. Great to see you guys still having fun. You got me exercising again. Keep up the good work. Dave Mers. Awesome. So glad to hear that. That's where the evolution goes. Super corn, super cheese. I just wanted to get that out, Oh, Dallas Open is the big reveal for AOS's movie. Hmm. See, now for myself, I'm not an AOS. Let me think about this. Have I played AOS? Yes. Do I like AOS models? Yes. Cool. You just now told me. So that's really cool. Um, Whatever that is, I am now more excited for it than I was before. It is now in my awareness. When something becomes a part of my awareness, my conscious awareness, then I can naturally get more excited about it. But I still need to know about it first before I can do anything. Otherwise, it's like I don't even know it exists. There's a million things to look at and discover, even within our own community. Some things are missed. Some big things are missed, even, right? It's like, oh, how can you not have heard of this? Well, have you seen Mr. Beast's latest video? Because, 100 million people saw it. Were you one of those people? Oh, you weren't. Oh, how is that possible? That's like the biggest thing ever. That's 100 million views. Well, because I think we know this true now that how the algorithm works. It's like everyone has their own version of reality with their own feed. So yeah, a lot of people did see that video. Doesn't mean you did. That's just simply what that means. So yeah. But Adepticon is really cool because we all experience that thing in person all at the same time together. That is a communal experience. So us talking about it afterwards online together is a good way to help process all of that because there's so much that happened and I want to talk about that. So yes, hey, it was great to see you at Adepticon. Says useless wizard. Well, great to see you too. Gorborn, Zinchian, scheme ahead. Your army is a few dark mechanic and mini short. He 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 he. Awesome. Dave, do you want to see my early photo edits from Adepticon? Yes, I do, Sean. Of course I do. No, 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 no. No, thanks, Sean. I am not interested. I don't want to see those. Why would I want to see that at all? I don't think anyone. How many did you take? How many did you sift through 100 of them? Are you like? It's just you can't help it, eh? This would be a very reasonable time to go to bed, but you're so excited, you just have to get doing something with them. Is that fact? Is that what you're doing? Is this what am I interpreting the situation correctly? Because that's how I would be if I had a bunch of footage to go through. Sneak preview, so to speak. Yes, 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 yes. Of course, I want to see that. Uh, Second name change in 90 days. No way. Just scrolling through. I've been a member of the website since 2016. I haven't played since 2016, but I don't mind supporting you. What you guys do. Thank you, second name change, 90 days. Awesome. I'm so glad that you can tune in and that we can hang out for a little bit. And thank you for your support. It's greatly appreciated and makes it so we can continue doing what you're doing. And it's been a while since you tuned in. Is that what I'm understanding here? Well, welcome back. It's nice to see you and nice to read your comment. And this is fun, even though it's a little later on this side of the world. You never know where you're watching from. You could be watching, heck, it could be like 4 a.m. for you. And maybe that's the time that you're tuning into this, which is insane. Or maybe it could be 3 plus 12. Yeah, that would be 12. So it'd be like another 3. Yeah, it could be 3 p.m. for you Thursday. That could also be a thing because apparently people from Australia or New Zealand, when they travel back in time when they go to Adepticon. I think I'm understanding that correctly, which blows my mind. I got to be fair. Insane to even like what? It kind of doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's hard to compute that, and it's got to be even crazier to those traveling, right? You tell me if anyone's from Australia or on that side of it, from that continent. Please tell. Is this an accurate experience? Just want to say thank you. You got into Warhammer because of your channel, and I'm now teaching my friends how to play. Says Ragul. Very cool. Thank you for that nod. And what armies are they playing? I'm just curious. Morgan Lee, hi. Hi, Morgan. Glad you could join us. Captain Jaybeard, good evening, Dave. It was great to meet you at the booth, and was very happy to show off the Veil Touch minis that I picked up. Looking forward to putting some green paint on them for my Death Guard. Interesting. Well, I'm happy to see them as well. And I mean, if you're posting stuff on Instagram, heck, even on YouTube, wherever you're posting, I want to see it. So, I'm biased to see the plastic, especially the painted plastic. So if you're going to paint the green And if it makes you think of Death Guard, then it's going to make me think of Death Guards because you just mentioned Death Guard, and if you mention Chaos, I'm automatically biased. So, um, yeah, I want to see it. When? Tell me when it's going to be done. Give me a date. I need a date. I want to see it. Instagram? You're going to post it on Instagram? That's all I want. That's all. That's all I want to see. Thank you. It makes me happy. It's a little surreal to know that you're doing that. But how else is there to react to this situation? I think it's the only thing that makes sense. What would you do? What would you do if someone you watched was sending and you were there they are right there. They had the minis and they were painting and you made the minis and hey, look, I'm painting your thing and I yeah, words, loss of words. It's still surreal, man. So thank you. Uh, what's your favorite exercise? When I was consistently working out, I love doing back and lat pull downs. Says Sherfrowski's Cult of Nine. I would have to say my favorite workout is I don't know. I like to grab like light dumbbells. Like these are super light. These are 15 pounds, right? And weight's relative, obviously. So it's like if you're a massive dude, if yeah, you'll grab like 50 pounds, you'll be like, oh yeah, these are light, right? Or if you're a kid, it'd be like, I can't lift those 15. So like for me, 15 pounds is a very reasonably lightweight. I like to just move my arms. Now, disclaimer before we do anything here, I'm not a fitness expert or professional, so don't listen to me for, don't be like, hey, Dave told me to do this, and now I pulled my whatever, and I'm in the hospital. Be careful, please. Don't like consult whoever you need to before you actually do stuff. I'm just do that moves, and I like to share what I learn. Okay, so the reason why I like the 15 pounds is they're easy to manipulate. Like, okay, so if we wanted to do like weird stuff like this, we can, and we're not gonna like hurt our wrists or our tendons or anything. So these are like windshield wipers. And so normally when I think of weights, I think of like, okay, you do some curls and you do maybe hammer curls, but I never think of all the other weird stuff like this. And why would that even matter? Why would you ever need to do these motions like that? Well, I asked the same question to the bicep curl. Why will you ever need to do this? Right? When you grab something, you like grab it and you're holding it and you're carrying it. That's like a common thing that you might need to do with weight. Or when you're holding something, you hold it at your sides and you're lifting, carrying bags or something. Give me a practical daily use of this. When is that actually happening? I have yet to find a normal, everyday, like common, unless I'm missing something. Do you guys know? Can you tell me? Right? So doing stuff like this is like, okay, I'm not just going to exercise the muscle going one way. I'm going to go like this way and I'm going to go this way. And so it like kind of works out the forearms too. And having good grip strength and forearm strength is incredibly useful in life. That's just like, I'm turning 40 this year. And more, the language of practicality just is checkmating my brain. So in the chaotic world in which I find myself, there's many languages, right? There's like the language of modesty, the language of checkmating, the spoken languages, math, programming. There's so many languages. It's all different noises. It's all sound. It's all sonic vibration. It's all Slanesh. That's all what it is all the time. And then when Zinch changes his mind, the different sounds come out, and my preferred sound is the corn sound and the corn rage. Of course, that's going to resonate. But really, it's just different motions and adult ADHD because now I forget what I was actually talking about. But just doing different motions like this, it feels like it's more practical. And so you can, if you're lifting something or doing something or something's awkward, it's like all those little tiny the tendons and muscles and sinew and bones and ligaments and whatever it is that comprise the flesh suits seem to be strengthened over time. And that's just like, okay, that this is a light weight that I can kind of just, if I'm on a phone call and I'm moving around, then yeah, I could do that for like 30 minutes because that's not hard to do. Getting a super heavy weight and like, all right, here's 10 reps and here's 10 reps. That to me is more challenging than just kind of like moving around, talking, going kind of slow. Yeah, like this is how long have we been moving and we've been on this call? We've been on this video, just kind of talking. I'm not counting reps. I don't want to count reps. I just want to move. That's all I want to do. If I want to think, I want to have a think session, then I think. But I move as I think because by moving, I'm stimulating the chemicals in the brain and it's helping me think more. It's helping me think of ideas. And so that's how I prefer to move. That's why I'm not a fitness expert and I'm not going to prescribe any specific. My personal advice is listen to your body. I don't know what your body wants. Only you know what your body wants. So there's so many people who are like, Dave, you got to do this. You got to do more of these. You got to do this. You got to do the squats. You got to do these movements. You got to strengthen this. You got to increase this. You got to like, okay, all right. Take it up with my body, man, because my body tells me different. It's just like, Dave, move. Okay, all right, move. My body just tells me to move. And so, however I find myself moving is how I move. I feel like going like this because, we're at Demon Prince and we're flapping our wings, or we're at Dread Terror and we're flapping our wings, whatever it is, it's all happening. Well, most likely something else is happening because that's how I prefer to move. Oh, and I tried this. This was super fun. Okay, this is something that I'm legit excited to share. Again, disclaimer, this isn't a workout video. This is just a Adepticon social detox video, which is ironic because it's like, why am I tuning in socially like this? This is how I detox. And I'm moving right now because I like it. Not a fitness expert. Don't listen to me, but I'm going to share something that I want to share with you. Okay. So just that's what's happening. I tried this. Okay. I was just curious just to see how it would work. Put my arms up like this, and then I punched forward and I twisted it and I went back. And then I punched forward and I twisted it and I went back. And I did that a few times. And it was like, huh, that's really challenging because they're 15-pound weights. But I'm just having some fun just punching the air because, Corn wants that. And I found myself doing that for a long time. And I wasn't counting reps. And it got to the point where my shoulders were like burning so much. I dropped the weight and I did that with 10 pounds. These are super light weights. None of this ego lifting. Don't be like trying to show off for whom and then like wreck your body. That is nonsense. Don't do that. As a friend, let me just tell you, that's stupid. Don't do that stuff, please. I've done that so many times in the gym, trying to push weight that was obviously way too much for my frame, tearing whatever ligaments and getting whatever pinched nerves happening. I've been wiped on my ass for months at a time, sometimes years, because I was so depressed that I got injured at the gym because I was lifting too much weight. And because I'm not a trained professional, I hurt myself. So take it from me, please. Don't do that. Don't ego lift. Listen to your body. If it's too heavy, stop. You know, what are you doing? Just don't. Don't hurt yourself, please. Like, that's all I got to say. If you're an athlete and you're a trained professional in that realm, you're obviously going to probably abide by a different rule set. You're going to probably be like, all right, our body is used to a certain degree of pain. Therefore, when you feel this pain, you know what that means, and you know it's normal pain, and you can push through it, and you can go to the next level of pain because we've been through here before, and whatever. And that's not me, though. That's not where my mind goes. I just go, just move. It's like a checkmate of just move. It wins every time because it's perfectly uniquely customized to the individual. It is such a, it's just in my personal opinion, it's a better mindset. Um, yeah, yeah, and I'm biased towards it because I like it. It's my personal preference. And the fun thing too is like if I'm holding dumbbells, this is an extra 30 pounds. And by doing some like calf raises as I'm having a conversation which I would normally do. In this case, it's a little bit of a one-sided conversation because I'm just talking to you and I'm not close enough to see the comments, so I can't even respond. But this is what I would do if I was on a phone call. I would just walk around with the weights, kind of pace a little bit, get ideas, go back and forth, uh, whatever it is I'm talking about, do some things. And then this is where like the experiment happens, where it's like, all right, normally when you stand with your feet kind of shoulder width apart and you do like some calf raises, then okay, what is it like when we do like you point the feet out a little bit? What happens there? Does it stimulate another angle of the calf muscle? What does it? I mean, it's bound to. You moved a little bit. What about going in a little bit? Right? Does that work a slightly different area? It kind of feels like a slightly different area is being worked. And what happens if we kind of try to do a 1 foot? That activates the core a bit because I got to maintain my balance. What should go here, guys? What needs to go here? What belongs here? Leave it below, okay? What belongs here? I'm feeling great. Thank you for helping me through this. All of you, even those who watch. It's instant, like, yes, we're connected. Thank you for that. Nikki, if you're still here watching, it's all your fault. Okay, you even your push-ups and your, hey Dave, you want to do push-ups with me for a month in February? Okay, yeah, I challenge you. Yeah, public challenge. You don't do that. Champion of Chaos special rule states that you must accept a challenge when it is issued. And since corn is honor and demands skulls, I think we both knew what the answer was in that situation. And having that as a condition programmed in your brain can be useful if you find yourself in a situation where you want to be moving, but you aren't. So once that is activated, then you just move. And in this case, it was Nikki challenging and then, push ups and then whatever. So now it's over a year later and it's 50 pounds less. So I just have to say that because it's surreal to say it. And I'm proud of not giving up on myself because it wasn't like it was this daily thing where it was like, yes, you could do it, Dave, you could. It was just okay, I'm gonna move. Anytime I think of moving, I'm just gonna move. There's no thought, there's no compromise, there's no, well, maybe I shouldn't do it, right? It's simple movement. Anything counts, even if it's okay, I'm just gonna stand on my feet. Is that not movement? That is. So if it was at least that, then that's all that was needed in that moment. It doesn't have to be, okay, move, Dave. All right, now you're going to do 30 minutes of cycling. What's that? Who sets this boundary? Who's the internal governor that says, "Oh no, that only constitutes exercise"? I think really the answer to that is me. I am the governor of my own brain. And good luck trying to govern that. It's a maelstrom of war most of the time. So, especially when we're going to places like Adepticon and, it's this really potent interaction. Now I'm going to go down and try to go through all this stuff here. You guys have left a lot of common sense, and now I think the conversation has kind of devolved into just between you guys. So I'm going to go back to the bottom of the chat. So if there's anything that you had posted in the last 10 minutes and you want me to respond to it right now, repost, and then I'll re-engage. Let's see. Paint Sound says, I punned? What did I pun about? That is generally the majority of calories a person burns up in a day is the normal movements like walking and moving. Yeah, I would have to agree with that because that's what my body feels and that's what my body tells me. So that's actually sounds consistent. Novar says, "Why is Wargame guy talking crazy?" Uh, I don't know. I feel like this one's too easy. You know what? I'm not even gonna say anything. If someone else was jumping and like maybe I don't know. Okay, next comment. Hi Novar, nice to meet you. Maybe that's the appropriate comment. Captain Jbeard, I don't have Insta because I avoid social media, but that said, I can put them in the Discord. I'm gonna try to get them done this weekend. Captain Jbeard, Discord. Are you talking about the Ravage Star Discord? If you are, actually, you know what? Do this. Uh, I really want to see those specific pictures. Email Matt. Okay. It is Matthew with two T's. Matthew at MiniWarGaming.com. Email him those painted pictures, as well as the Ravage Star Discord, obviously, because other people can see it and that would be really cool. But because I want to see it, I'm asking you to email Matt and tell Matt, say, hey, Matt, Dave asked me to email you to send him the pictures because if I emailed Dave directly, it would have gotten lost in his email. And by the way, right now, we're over 8,000 unread emails because it's probably indicative of what happens in the brain here. Whereas Matt is the exact opposite of me in that respect, where any single email that he gets, he feels he needs to reconcile immediately, otherwise it bothers him. So yeah, email Matt, and then I'll get it because he'll just text me or tell me in person. So I really want to see it. So Ravage Star Minis painted, awesome. Thank you. In fact, you know what? This invitation goes out to anyone who has Ravage Star miniatures who are currently watching the stream right now as we speak. There aren't many of you, so this isn't going to be unreasonable, I don't think, or at least I don't hope so, but I'm going to say it anyway, because I believe that the proper balance will be met here. If anyone has painted Ravaged Star miniatures and they would like them, uh, and you know what? No, if you want to show me, this is all a personal thing, okay? If you want to show me, send them to Matt. Be like, hey Matt, I'm sending them to you because Dave told me to, because then I knew that I would see them. Uh, that's why. Okay. So if you have already painted stuff, yeah, send it to Matt. Matthew at MiniWarGaming.com, and that's Matthew with two T's. Or if you currently want to paint something, then cool. Paint a new mini and show me. No matter what. I just think it's really cool, man. Right? It's all about the plastic. You good, bro? Yes, I am. Lampin, I'm good. You good? Um, as Drabel Vect. What's the Nurgle workout? And have you played Dark Heresy / Only War? What are your thoughts? I don't know what the Nurgle workout is. I wish I did because I think that'd be really cool. Uh, he's relaxing and decompressing with his fans, killing us softly. This is it's really good to decompress. Yeah. Um, very, very good. Movie, hey Dave, would love to see you and Scary play Kill Team with the new Nightmare box Chaos versus Drakkar. Yeah, I think. Yep. That's my reaction to that. I want to do that with Scary as well. No, you haven't done much Kill Team, but it might be fun. Yes, I think so. I think it'd be fun too. Killing Us Softly. My Veil Touch Warband's name, the Twisted Sisters. I want to see the pictures. Just painted. What color? What's the color scheme? I want to know. I want to know it right now. Also, for the calf races, the best movement, this is paint sound. Best movement to have your feet straight forward unless you're squatting, but one legs are also great for core engagement as well. Yes, yes, that was cool. Even just like your body weight, even just trying to like balance your own body weight, you do. I find it helps if like my head is in line with the leg that is going down. So it's like, okay, I do like this. It's good for core. My core has to stabilize everything. Yeah, and I feel all of the weight on one calf. So that's certainly a big difference between utilizing both calves to raise your whole body weight. Someone who's much more better at computation than me would be able to calculate like, okay, now this much extra weight shifted to this side is equivalent to this much more pounds per square inch on this one leg. And I don't know how to calculate that, but I'd be curious to know. If someone was able to do that, I would be like, yeah, what's that number? Burns much quicker. 8,000 coins in box? Yeah, yeah, something like that. I actually think it might be higher, technically. My record is like over 10,000. It's just stupid. That's unreasonable. Like it's too much. I to try to respond to every single one. It's like, you know what? You got it. It has to be loud. It has to be in different ways. So that's why it's like, yeah, email Matt and then he'll tell me in person. Like that's the only way it can work now. Killing Us Softly. On Friday, I'm buying some Ravage Star from my local store. Was excited to see them there. Is that Grognard? You getting them from there? Okay. That'd be super cool. In the future, you'll see them at other stores as well. If you're going to go to the UK Games Expo, they're going to be at Whaling Games, talking about the physical ones. Yeah, that's a fact. So if you're in the UK and you want to pick some up in person, you can go there. Or you can just go to GameFound currently right now, put a pre-order in for when they are going to be delivered this fall. That also works too. That makes it so we can expedite the process of getting it into retail. Anything we make in the Pledge Manager right now does that. Got him. Okay, Captain Junior, got it. Paint him up, post them in Discord, send it to Matt saying you sent them. You sent me. Yes, Ravage Star Discord. Yep, that's right. Ravage Star Discord. MiniWarGaming.com/Ravaged Star will bring you to the Discord. Yeah, white gold and gore colored Twisted Sisters. Oh yeah, white gold and gore colored. So beautiful. I want to see it so bad. The Buford. Hey Dave, really enjoy the Ravage Star demo. My fave demo out of the 5 or 6 new games I tried at Adepticon. Looking forward to getting the minis. So cool to hear, man. Yeah, and having that booth at Adepticon and doing the demos and showing off the painted minis and having that stack of stock that you could just pick up and go, and seriously, man, dream come true. Absolute dream come true. And how awesome is that? That it, ah, ah, thank you. It- ah. I'm an utter I'm a bumbling fool, not knowing what words to use to express all of the feelings that I'm having right now, which is many. So, thank you is a word. No, that's 2 words. So the expression, thank you, and really awesome. I don't know if I saw you personally because username versus I don't know what your face is, but if I did, good to hear from you again. If I didn't, it is good to meet you. The Geek Gene, big love to the big dog. Well, big love back to you. Method9, nice shirt, but if Space Marines came from humans, why are there still humans? Um, Baldermort, could you answer that question? Because right now I couldn't. I don't know. More budgies. Gotta run, brother. Keep moving. Stay awesome. See you soon. See you, brother. See you soon. Maybe at Nova if you're going. That would be sweet. Okay, time for more. Time for more movement. Because moving around is fun. Doing some decompressing time, also fun. Got some things in the works, some things that we're working on, guys, such as Hobby Hunter. That's a new series I'm personally working on. Excited for that. I'm excited to show you what that is. I could just tell you what it is, and then I'll just tell you what it is. That yeah, I can't wait to show you. First off, being edited by Brandon. Okay, Brandon Coomer. So Brandon Coomer films all the videos that you see on the MiniWarGaming YouTube channel that I that I personally been working on the last, I want to say, a year and a half or so, maybe a little longer now. In collaboration with Brandon, have been video projects um, that I feel most proud of, and I say that because there's been many things that I've worked on in the past. And so to date, my current feeling is that, and the reason why is because the videos that we work on together are those that just really, they're kind of extra meaningful to me. So the Hobby Hunter isn't just a video, it is a video series where I share some of the excitement and findings of uh, the really cool stuff that is found in the wargaming community. So uh, the show is this: it's a top 10 show, and I showcase an artist, and I just feature the top 10, my favorite top 10 picks of the artist's work. That's what it is. And the way in which it's cut together, and the editing and the music and that's the part I'm excited to showcase, because it's all for fun, right? Like, it's just could engage, check this out. This is a really cool thing that I want to show you. And if I was in person, I'd be showing you, and I'd be like, look, that's what I would do. And that's what I'm doing in the video. It's really it's for me. Okay, watch it if you want to. You don't have to, but if you do, it's like it's totally an outlet for me to just like get all this out. I can't help it. I'm totally addicted to it. Fully admit that. I'm tapped in like constantly. I'm scrolling through the stuff. This is I certainly don't recommend uh, succumbing to any addiction if it's unhealthy. But for me, there's this duality about it because it's like if I am connected to it, it's beneficial for the channel because then I'm more aware of things and then I can engage and collaborate and do stuff. And it's part of the job. And I say job because we play and call it work. And even though it is hard work, I've conditioned the brain to think it's play. And I think you understand. I didn't expect to be a content creator, influencer person who does this when I first started this 16 years ago, which was a long time, which is crazy to think about, but I had no idea where it was going to evolve to. But this is what life is. So I'm on this side and doing this, and I love it, and I can't help it. I'm not going to stop. So that's really all the end of that. Super random question. What do you have? Do you have a favorite paint line? I've been working to branch out from Citadel and have been working at Vallejo and Army Painter. I would say at this point, it's jury's out. I think that's a fair response because I've worked with a number of different paint lines, and there's a few that I haven't tried as of yet. And those few I do want to try because I want to add them to the experience. One paint line that I'm curious to try is TT Combat. Um, the folks over there, Louis in particular, he's the owner of TT Combat, has been so kind to send a sample pack and just to kind of showcase it because the first time seeing their paints was at UK Games Expo last year. And I gotta be honest, I had never heard of their paints before because am I a daily painter? Is that kind of wargamer I am? On very few occasions have I, for long stretches of time, been engaged in the painting proper aspect of the hobby. It's only recently that I've actually really gotten into it on a personal level so that I'm hobbying outside of normal work hours. Because creating content is different than painting miniatures it, for hobby sake. If content is painting miniatures, then that isn't hobby. That's content creation working different. This is like, yeah, pain sound. I love how much I'm confused and understanding at the same time. Well, if you have anything of similar brain that works the ADHD constantly, then maybe we are actually speaking to each other. Maybe it is making sense. But it's also okay that it really makes no sense whatsoever because it doesn't have to make sense. This is all just Adepticon social detoxing. It's just a free flow of I'm getting it all out, right? So if you happen to continue chain axing your way through whatever type of one-way conversation this is, and if it's anything beneficial at all, I'm not going to say anything at all to you uh, wanting to leave this current situation. Hi, Tabletop Jack. How are you? How are you? How are you? It's good to see you. Um, Killing us softly, kid bashing Lucius the Eternal, and playing with Dirty Down Rust on some third edition Metal Plague Marines. Very cool. I love that. Dirty Down. You know what? I want to act that's another thing too. We're talking about paint before. I want to use some of I want to use Dirty Down. Every time I've seen it used, it looks cool. I've seen Maverick use it. I saw it at Adepticon. Orcbutt, has he used it? I don't know. Josh, are you here? Are you watching this? Have you used it? Who else has used it? Who else here has used Dirty Down paints? I want to know because I love the look of it. Just do. Forgot I forgot my ADHD mess today, so we're on the same wavelength. Says Paint Sound. Ah, Tabletop Talk, man. Cool Chaos Revile, huh? Y- Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and say yes to that, even though I don't fully understand what it means, and I think we're all good with that. Nicholas Kohlberg, thanks for everything you do, Dave. I love your energy and all the battle reports I've seen from you and MWG. You're welcome, Nicholas, and thank you for saying that. That helps me make more. And if you get any enjoyment out of it, then it's a two-way beneficial street where we could play games and roll dice and collect skulls on the battlefield. We can't forget that part. That's one of the things that we're gonna probably want to do as well. Throw that experience mixed in there. Killing us softly. It's amazing. I have dirty down moss, verdigris, and rust. They are so much fun. See, now I know what well, I want to know what these other things are now. So, okay, well that's cool. How much do you feel, Richard Payne? How do you feel about Jesus? Um, I feel like Jesus is love. That's how I feel. Thomas McConkie, Dirty Down Rust, FTW. That, yeah, that's another person. Okay, so would you recommend I try it? I remember watching you when I was finishing my Black Reach box set a long time ago. Black Reach. Assault on Black Reach. What was that? Was that Orcs versus Assault on Black Reach? Was that Orcs versus was it Orcs? Yeah, it was Orcs, right? Was it Ultramarines versus Orcs? Uh, what I forget. I totally I've watched these. It's Orcs versus Ultramarines. Okay, yeah. I thought so. Yes. Um, Tabletop Chuck. Jesus is absolutely awesome. That's what I hear. I certainly hear that. Stance Francis, Jesus loves you. God bless. Thank you very much. The Geek Gene, the God Emperor Jeebus. That's another thing that has been spoken. Love Jesus equals insta sub. I would, well, I just got to tell you this though. Okay, full disclosure. We don't talk about anything other than wargaming stuff on this channel. So if you expect anything else, um, okay, fine. I'll tell you. There's actually a lot of like chaos and corn and cultists and a lot of non uh, all of that kind of other stuff, right? It's really just a fantasy world of you. How do you even know this is really a human that you're watching right now? How do you know that AI hasn't gotten so good that it's like using all your viewer habits to know exactly what you would want to tune into at 11:49 p.m. Eastern time with me? Because why would you tune into me at this time? What's happening right now? What's happening? What do you? We're not talking about anything of importance, are we? We're just kind of detoxing. So, have you ever been an emote? Well, now I want to be one. Um, I got to be fair though. Like, do you mean emoji? An emote. Hate, blood, rage, says the geek gene. I mean, if you're uh, corn carns, brother, then I suppose these would be words that you would also say. Kill, maim, burn also works in that place. Paint time. Good night, Dave. I'm gonna get some sleep, and I'll send some pics to Matt about my painting. I'll blame you for it. Oh, that's fine. I'll take full responsibility. You can blame me. I actually personally think it'd be hilarious if you got like a bunch of those emails, and it's like, what's going on here? Who? Oh, okay. It's Dave. It's a Dave thing. I know him. He'll react that way because I've known Matt since I was 5. We've kind of known each other for a few years, decades now of life, at different versions of ourselves, right? Like as young children, we were friends, and so when you grow up with another human and you've experienced many phases of your life uh, adjacent to them, they're going to be able to say stuff like, "Oh, okay, all right, that's just Dave." That's my guess. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to love every second of it because it's that's where some of my fun comes from, right? Like Matt can do all the calculations and figure out all the smart stuff, and I'll just figure out ways and how I can poke people. And I think that this is a good social contract that's going on right now. And if you want to come up with ideas of how I'm going to say we now, we're now in this together because we is an acronym for world leaders, how we can poke people in a fun way to make them just go, oh, that's his Dave. Then we're on to something, right? And we know this is true because, huh? How does the viewership go from 30 viewers to 148 in a matter of 8 seconds? Is there something going on here? I don't know if I can like fully trust what I'm watching now. How all of a sudden there's a bunch of viewers, right? Do you guys see this too? That doesn't make sense to me. Where did that come from? Have you rolled a 66 for a Demon Prince? I mean, I are we talking about Corn Demonkin now? Because that was my favorite codex, and like, don't tease me. If it's coming out again, then I want to play immediately. I have 1,000 points of Iron Hands on the painting table. So YouTube just decides to feed me Wargaming in my feed. Love the videos and your collection. Hubert Cumberdale, um, fantastic. Please paint more Iron Hands. I want to see it. And I also want to know if you have any Ravage Star miniatures, because if you don't, I I want you to have them. I'm biased. I would love to see you paint some as well. And I'm actually now curious now to see what the kind of paint schemes you put on them. And if you don't know what they are, I could tell you, but wait, is that a super chat? Who just super chatted? What are you guys doing? I'm not asking for super chats, and yet someone altruistically gives one. What's going on here? Hey, I briefly caught you down here. Says Big Red 40 Tech. $10 Canadian. Thank you. You know, I'm going to heart that because I think that's appropriate here. I didn't get a chance to properly thank you for the signal boost when I got started, but you did shake my hand. Just thanks again, Dave. Keep up the great work. Um, signal boost. What? Big Red 40 Tech? Well, you're very welcome. And you know what? I guess this is signal boost number 2. Big Red 40 Tech. Thank you once again. Yeah, that's super cool. Um, I didn't ask for this, and I'm not going to ask for any super chats because I'm still wired to feel guilty for asking for super chats for things, unless it was something that like we kind of mutually agreed that it would be something, and it would have to be something silly. It would have to be something like I don't know. It would have to go towards something absolutely nonsensical for me to agree to encourage people to super chat anything because then otherwise it's like well yeah, if you want to like give some money, well yeah, get something in return, like buy some Ravage Star miniatures so you have like something. But just to super chat, yes, it does go towards like supporting the channel and editing and keeping the lights on and all that stuff. Of course, that's cool, but it's just hard to ask for it. But when it comes without you asking, it's again, it feels very surreal. How is that real? Where a scenario where that happens. But thank you once again, Big Red 40 Tech, for that. Um, I also think you knew that I was going to say that because when I see things like that, especially when they're highlighted in yellow, I can't help it. I'm just conditioned to respond to it. And if so, that's very clever. And I'm just going to say your name again, Big Red 40 Tech. I'm grateful for the super chat. Okay, moving on. Killing it softly. I want the Cultist Ravage Star model so bad. Well, that's the Dominaran Warpack. That was part of the original Fail Touched. And you can order them on GameFound if you go to Ravage Star Miniature Tabletop Wargame. That they are there. The late pledge is open. Okay, who else is super? I'm not asking for these. I'm not asking for the super chats. Okay, you guys are doing the things. You know what, Dave? You are surreal. This is Sol Invictus. You can't write it like that because you know I'm gonna say it like that. This isn't a dance monkey dance thing. Don't think that just because you guys are super chatting now that I'm gonna be like doing the things and saying the stuff that you're typing there in the super chats. And this is total manipulation and reverse psychology because I'm curious to see if you'll actually go for it. But don't go for it because I don't want you to go for it. No one in the right mind would go for it. Okay? This is as a friend, I'm telling you, don't super chat to get me to say words that you type there because I won't say them. Even though you know I probably will say them because I can't help myself. I won't be able to. So don't exploit me by doing that. Because then we're just exploiting each other. And as long as we're both having fun with it, then I guess that's okay. But just so you know, this isn't me asking for a super chat. I didn't actually ask for it. So then don't ask. Wait, ungrateful. Got it. Yes, yes. Think that I'm ungrateful. It's important that you think that because if you think that I'm ungrateful, then you won't super chat. Good. Now I want to super chat, damn it. Thomas Rose. No, stop it. Don't. working on painting VTAT number 3 now, and Lord Tyrix is Dustin W. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, that's a victory right there. So awesome. I love it. Uh, cool to see Valric play against Dave. Night Hunter 88. Well, see, now the eight's in there. Corn's going to think of that. So how about this? How about we go, um, what is it? What's it called? The iron, the iron fists, the red fist, the yellow. Well, what's the name of his chapter again? He's the the Imperial Fist. That's it. Okay, yeah. So Imperial Fist versus World Eaters. Yeah, I think that would be something that I think that would be something that I would tune into. So yeah. Nicholas Colberg says, appreciate you engaging with all us nerds at this late hour. Gonna get back to painting. Just want to say hello, man. You guys rock. Keep up the good work. Well, consider yourself in good company because I consider myself a nerd. Why can't I be a nerd too? I want to be one. The nerds are smart. Okay, they rule the world, and I want to be. I want to be a ruler of worlds. So I want to be a nerd too. With us nerds. So we're hanging out with each other. That's what's happening right now. What is Ravage Star? Off-brand 40K? Not hating, just curious, says Hubert Cummerdale. How can I explain it in 30 seconds? You know what? That's the thing. You got big Tom Cruise energy, my friend. Have you ever thought of taking over a religious cult? Well, oh, I dream about it all the time. I'm just kidding. That's ridiculousness. How can you even say that to me? All right. Don't be saying these words and trying to tempt me to do stuff. It wouldn't work anyway. Daddy Doran and his fledgling seed. Amen, brother. You're included too. You know what? What was the thing that we were actually saying before? That I was it was Ravage Star? Okay, what is Ravage Star? Here, I'll tell you in 30 seconds. Well, actually, how about we do a visual? Here we go. It just happens to be here right now. Okay. By the way, that was a subliminal message. If you saw this in the back of your mind, it was done on purpose. Okay. I wanted to see if it would work. Now there's informed consent. Now you know what's going on right now. There's just conditioning. You're seeing the Ravage Star. It is miniatures. This is the amount of miniatures that you get in this one war pack. This one war pack has over 70 miniatures. And there's multiple of these that were made originally just as a miniature line inspired by the things that I love. Okay, so do I love chaos? Of course I love chaos. You get the vibe, right? Seeing all the chaos-centric miniatures. I love The Witcher. I love Mortal Kombat. And uh, Vikings and Willow and all of these really cool uh, uh, inspirations. Let's call it that word, right? So originally it was just a bunch of miniatures. There's a lot of people that supported it. It's the crazy amount. It totally shocked us. Okay, over 4,000 people backed it. It was over $1 million made. Like what? Guys, we're just a YouTube channel making videos, man. Like what's going on here with that level of support? Like that's nuts. That was a couple years ago. Now, just recently, this past fall, we did a second campaign. So we made every single miniature that we had available in the first campaign available in the second campaign, and then we added 2 new factions. It was Space Bugs and Space Dwarves. Space Bugs because Matt loves bugs, and Space Dwarves because we ran a poll on YouTube community. Hey guys, what else do you want us to make? Do you want it to be Space Dwarves, Space Orcs, Space Robots, Space Elves, and I think that was it. There might have been one more option, but Space Dwarves won by a landslide. So we're like, okay, we'll make some Space Dwarves because you guys asked for it. So now there's 3 factions, and there's kind of now there's a ridiculous amount of explosion of miniatures and plastic. There's like over 400 miniatures you can get on the current Ravage Star campaign. It is a tabletop miniature war game. It is fast paced. You can play it in 1 to 2 hours. The demo, you learn the game in a turn, and there's 5 turns in the game. So you can play right out of the box because it's pre-assembled. It's pre-assembled miniatures right out of the box. You don't have to assemble. There's no assembly. Why? Because we asked you, do you want assembled or pre-assembled? Do you want assembled or unassembled? And you said, assembled, please. That was 20,000 votes, 83% of you. Your fault. That's what you told us, and we did it. So that's what Ravage Star is. Ravage Star is a community-driven tabletop miniature war game that were making and playing together, and that's what our Adepticon experience was. We actually had a booth there doing demo games for Ravage Star and showing off the painted miniatures. And there was leftover stock from the first campaign that we had there in piles, and we sold out of all of the extra stock. So, wow, this is moving, guys. It's moving, and it's awesome because it's fueled by you and it's like shared by us. So it's like, yeah, there's playtesters. There's over 1,000 playtesters. What? How does that happen? MiniWarGaming.com/Ravaged Star brings you to the playtesters Discord. There's over 1,000 playtesters now. Like uh, that's insane to me. That's really, really cool. So it was longer than 30 seconds, but really that's what Ravage Star is. So engage, check it out. Go to it. Okay, Dustin W. Let me see what Dustin says. Ravage Star is awesome. If you don't know, go check the Game Found campaign. So excited for the game. Been a backer since day one of campaign 1. It's amazing. I didn't pay Dustin to say this. In fact, Dustin paid to get miniatures and is saying that because Dustin believes in the plastic. It speaks for itself. You go to the plastic and you look at the miniatures and it's like, yeah, I like it. And it's you either like it or you don't, right? I would never want you to buy something or get into something that you genuinely don't want or don't like. I wouldn't want it. I wouldn't want that. If someone was like forcing something on me, it's like, nah, I'm good. But then if someone was like, dude, check this out, and I genuinely liked it, I'd be like, okay, tell me more. You already got me with the plastic, okay? If it looks pretty, I want to know more. That's what's happening here. And the best part is, I'm not telling you. You're telling me. So there's this really crazy dynamic happening where it's like, okay, it's basically this. It's like, hey guys, what do you want? And you're like, okay, Dave, to do this. I'm like, you mean like this? You're like, yes, that. I'm like, okay, all right. All right, it's ready now. Okay, we're gonna pick it up. Thanks for picking it up. You did it because you told me, and then now it's here, and then you're getting it, and we're playing, and yeah, that's why I think it's surreal. Now, did you get why I feel like it's surreal on my end? Because it's pretty awesome. So, and then I get to experience that in person with you at Adepticon. Well, okay, so many checkmates all around. Yeah, next Adepticon is going to be amazing. Uh, Nova Open is going to be amazing. We're going to Nova as well, just so you know. Is there going to be a booth there? Yes. Will you be able to demo Ravage Star games? Yes. Will you be able to see the miniatures there? Yes. Will you be able to buy any of the miniatures there? Well, we did sell out to the extra stock at Adepticon. So what can we do there? What can we make available at the booth? What would make the most sense? Well, for starters, the late pledge is open as long as it needs to be until the factory is done making all the molds and everything and then making everything available. It's like, okay, everything's done. Now we can just like mass produce. When that will be, when's the delivery of this? Right now it's estimated fall of this year. It was the first wave, and then beginning of next year is wave 2. Wave 1 is all the starter sets, 2-player starter sets. There's so many miniatures, guys. It's nuts. It's like, to be fair, it's overwhelming. If I could go back in time, I just gotta be transparent. I wouldn't have released that many miniatures. Okay? It's like, it's way too much. But then again, that kind of caters to the crowd, right? It's like, you guys wanted it. So it's like, give us the plastic, was the cry. And the answer was, okay, but are you sure? And so it's like, yeah, we're sure. But it's like, but this is way too much, guys. It's like, but yeah, we know, but it's fine. Just give us more. Like, okay. Now you'll just have to see. Okay, I didn't provide any links here in this. So if you want to go to Ravage Star, you'll have to like go to Chrome on your phone, or you're gonna open up a new tab on the computer. Go to GameFound.com and then type in Ravage Star miniature tabletop wargame, and then that's it. Then you'll see the hundreds of sculpts and plastic, and it's PVC plastic, by the way. Like that's when I first thought of PVC plastic, I thought, well, I don't want bendy skeletons, man. Like I'm sorry, like that's not good quality in my mind. But then someone made the mistake of going, "Hey, Dave, look at this." And then I saw the mini, and it was wonderful. I mean, the fidelity of the detail and sculpt was like impressive. I'm like, "Oh, this is cool." And they're like, "Yeah, that's PVC, Dave." I'm like, "What are you talking about? That's PVC. That's not PVC I know." Like, right, that was like 10 years ago, Dave. This is PVC now. It's drastically increased in quality. Injection mold hard plastic, PVC. It's like up there with the top quality type of plastic in miniatures. And then you got like the other stuff where it's, the different type of resins and it's just the 3D printing stuff and whatever, right? It's not those. Those are more difficult. You have to have like massive machines to make this stuff. And it costs a lot of money. So yeah, this is good quality stuff. And you know what? My propensity to rebel, of course, I'm going to think that it's like, oh, yeah, good quality. Well, let me see. And then, it only makes sense that I throw it against the wall because that's what, wouldn't you do that? If someone was like actually making this claim to you, like, this is a really, really good quality miniature. It's a really good, like, okay, let's put some stress tests on it. Let's do it. Okay, throw against the wall. What happens? Bounce, bounce, bounce. Okay, I gotta admit that's impressive because I was actually a little scared because there's a certain level of reverence that we exercise when it comes to any miniature. We don't throw them against walls. We carefully pick them up and place them and examine them and play with them and move them, and that's how we do it. That's how wargamers play with their toys. That's just etiquette. So to throw it against the wall is like, okay, there's something going on here. And I think it's perfectly appropriate because it's like, all right, I'm gonna throw against the wall. Let's see what happens. Bounce, bounce, bounce. All right. Uh, okay. Well, here, let's just throw it up. Same thing. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Okay. Uh, okay. Just way down the hallway. Just like way down the hallway. Same thing. Bounce, bounce, bounce. I just have to drive over it with my truck now. That's the only way. I think that's the only way we can actually really, truly see how this goes. And what happens? Thanking God X, I miss throwing pewter minis. Makes a nice hole in the drywall. A chaos player who rebels, imagine our shock. No, that would never happen. There's no rebellion here. There's no one rebelling against anything. That's definitely not what's happening here. Uh, Leg high kicks are a good standing and talking to chat workout. See, now when you say that, and there's some sort of suggestion for movement, there's going to be uh, movement to follow. Because suggestions work that way. Okay, that's the power of suggestion, my friends. We're talking about the quality of the Ravage Star miniatures, and that's what happened. I ended up driving over one with my truck, and by doing that, what I was able to see was it did bend the base. Okay, it bent the base, didn't break it or shatter it, bent it. But then what I did from there is I went to the kitchen, I heated up some water in a kettle, I put it in a cup, and then I dipped the miniatures base in the cup because it comes pre-assembled. It was all in one piece. Put that bent base in the cup for, I don't know, 3 seconds. And then I put that mini on its base on the tabletop. And I pressed that mini into its base and flattened that base on the table. And it took about 20 seconds for it to dry, room temperature, cool off and dry. And it stiffened again because that's what happens when it cools. And that's after being run over by a truck. So, okay, I think I'm convinced about the quality here. Uh, so, yep, that's a checkmate for me. I would be comfortable telling anyone, these are good quality, guys. Check out these minis. Because it's a little extreme. You're never going to do that. But if I don't run over it with my truck, who's going to? Who's going to learn this stuff? I gladly accept this responsibility of finding out how durable these miniatures are, and if it means I got to run over one with my truck, then so be it. I have no problem with this. Uh, so why do you deliberately run over your miniatures, Big Red 40 Tech? Well, that was just to kind of discover how durable they are. That would be the practical reason to that. there's also a little bit of fulfilling a dream of mine where I wanted to destroy minis because that's when you're a kid you break stuff, and when you're still a kid you still want to break stuff. And we're talking about like destruction, and there's healthy ways of doing that, right? But when it comes to miniatures, there's always a degree of reverence that surrounds it. When sometimes you just want to destroy things, so it's like, so I just did it because it was, dare I say, it was like my miniature that I could experiment this with. Like, okay, I was sent this mini, and boom, I'm gonna try it. If it breaks, well, who would be sad over that? Me. I would be sad because it's my mini. So if it breaks, okay, I've already relinquished any sort of sadness that I would feel if it broke. I literally am doing this for scientific purposes. I want to see if it survives. Oh, and it was like double satisfying because I was able to, kind of like throw around this miniature without any sort of regard for its um, integrity. And I was able to learn a few things. So I'm passing this knowledge on to you. The minis are durable. The minis are super durable and so much fun to paint. Says Dustin W. once again. Um, that's the second time you've backed up what I've said. Thank you. I say second, the second time I've noticed it. Things do happen in threes. There's no assumptions here, and there's no expectations. Do people really break a lot of their minis? I'm more of a collector than a player, so I've always been very careful as far as so far so good. Hubert Cummerdale, I gotta say this. I'm sure there's people that break their minis, and I gotta tell you, I don't normally break my minis. That was a rare occurrence where uh, I did that for learning purposes. But in a general sense, nah, just break other stuff, man. There's a lot of other things to break. In fact, there's like businesses that exist where you can go and like break glass and cinder blocks and whatever. There's things that can be broken that are better to break. Like, why you gotta break a mini? You break anything. Break anything else. If it doesn't like hurt you or other people or damage property that isn't yours or cause any sort of like catastrophe in an environmental sense, and actually what it sounds like is, yeah, go ahead and break it if it has zero effect on reality. Which is kind of nonsense because the whole fun of it is like seeing the effect on reality. So it's like, I don't know. Again, just like working out and moving and whatever, don't listen to what I'm saying. Do what you're going to do, right? Like this ultimately you're going to do what you're going to do. And if you happen to tell me you are painting Ravage Star miniatures and I read that in the chat and I read it back to you, that's you telling me. That's not me telling you. You're tuning into this, and this is you saying it, and this is me socially detoxing, is reading what you're saying and reading it back to you, and kind of going two ways. Post-Adepticon, which we can go back to that for a moment because there's still a lot more to come out of that. Let's see. Did a video. I thought you were a chaos player, not an orc. Big Red 40 Tech. What gives you the impression that I'm an orc? Who told you that one? Where'd you get that idea from? The recent video that you might have saw when I posted it about 300,000 point apocalypse game I had with Kyle Riki from Gear Guts Mech Shop. Is that the one you're talking about? So I made a short about that, and insane, man. Like that short, which this is props to my brother-in-law, Adam Sadler, where he was experimenting with some storytelling techniques and video content creation. He made some suggestions to me, which I took to heart, and I was able to implement into some shorts and reels recently. This is before Adepticon, about a week before Adepticon. And because the habit of making videos and posting content was already there, I was able to take these suggestions that he made and just implement them right away. I made 10 reels, 10 videos, shorts since then, posted them and saw the effects of them. And collectively, they've gotten about 1 million views on each platform. So Instagram, collectively, all the shorts got 1 million views, and on YouTube, same thing. So if you actually scroll through and you look at it, it's experimental, right? It's like, oh, okay, I'm going to try some new short form content to see how it works. And the biggest, largest viewed video by far is the mention of the 300,000 point apocalypse game I had with Gear Guts Mech Shop, which makes sense though, because at the very beginning it features Gear Guts Army, which is 150,000 points of proxy orcs, And then it immediately shows my Chaos Army, which at the time was featuring 144,000 points of Chaos Space Marines. Now, I have since exceeded that number. It's now it's north of 150,000 points. I would have to recalculate, which is why it's every few years that we update the video because it takes a while to recount all of the points and add. And you would think, well, why don't you just like figure out what you've added to it? And you already had like records from before. That's a very logical response to that. And when I think about it that way, it's actually much less work than I originally had anticipated. Okay, so Justin W. I threw an executioner against the wall just because I wanted to test myself. After I threw it, I was more worried about the wall. That's really cool to hear. And to be transparent, if you do throw it like on the ground, it's hard. Like parts of it will break, right? It depends on the miniature. Like there's a Vatra. So one of the dudes that was like he comes in the Domineering War Pack, and he's a missile. He's got like a rocket launcher, right? And I threw him against the wall just to do another test on another miniature, and he did break. And his torso and arms and head were one piece, and his legs were another piece. So he broke like clean. I glued him back on, and he was fine. So they're even when they do break, they break clean. The actual parts that are solid, one piece, they don't break. They require different type of damage in order to be damaged, like cutting and burning and killing and maiming and all of that normal stuff. So can't stay. Saw you live and just stopped by and like and say you're the man, Davey. Jason and Jake Doug. R.I.P. Good night, brother. It's good to see you. Good for you to stop in, and we'll catch you later. Killing Softly, you had a painting comp that let people 3D print a model. Did a Veil Touch, and I have a Ravage Star plastic. Yes. So yes, there was one with My Mini Factory where you could actually download. There's 3 STLs that were made available. There was the Veil Touched Valkyr, which was the female soldier that was veil touched, and she looked awesome. She's one of my favorites. If you go to the Instagram, heck, if you go to the Game Fan campaign page and you look at the Veil Touched War Pack, you'll see them there. They also have their own add-on, the Valkyr add-on. You can add Valkyr specific unit to your pledge. Super awesome miniatures. I love those sculpts. They are amazing. Hi from Argentina, from a Ninth Age Skaven player, Eric's Sant. Welcome this evening from Argentina. So that would be you said hi from Argentina. So what time? I wonder what time is it in Argentina? ¿Qué hora es en Argentina? Yo quiero saber. Estoy curioso. Necesito practicar mi español, pero eso es una oportunidad hablar más. 1:23 a.m. Now about to go to bed in a bit. Ah, qué bien español, amigo. Hablas muy bien. Muchísimas gracias. Trato, estoy tratando hablar más con las personas como ti. I'm going to hop off and get back to work. Thanks again, Dave, and have a great night. Big Red 40 Tech. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll catch you next time. I'm going to do a little bit more movement here and see how it goes. How many minis do you think you have personally painted? Continua, amiga. Original Olifant. Okay. How many miniatures? Yo tengo. Oh, wait, how many have I painted? ¿Cuántas miniaturas have I painted? Yo no sé. I don't know. Yo pienso que. I think that he pintado, that I've painted. Cientos? Hundreds? Yeah, I don't know. I've lost count. Estoy perdido? No, wait, that means I am lost. There's not a direct translation there. Yo no sé el número de los miniaturas I have painted. Estoy rusty. Yo quiero hablar más. Let's see. Miles. Cientos y cientos de miniaturas. Ja, 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 ja. Es verdad. Eso es la verdad. Bye, Dave. Hi, Dave. Joseph Mysak. Miles. Inglés? Yes. Rusty. Oxidado. Excelente. Gracias. France? Je ne sais pas. You would think that I would speak more French being, in Canada because I took French in school, but no, I don't. I speak very little French. Hi, why are you speaking in Spanish all of a sudden? Tu español es muy bueno. Saludos desde Chile. Um, Gracias, Nicolás Garcia. I, uh, I just me gusta español. Y, ok, yo quiero ir a convención. Luego, esta convención se llama UK Games Expo. Y vamos a tener mucho divertido. Cualquier. Vamos a jugar muchos juegos y roll out the dice y conocer muchas personas y comemos mucha comida también. Yeah. So for the Thousand Suns, should GW give them more weapon options or should they keep them the same? Give them more. Give them more. I would give them more. That's what I would do. So how long do you want the workout to last? Oh, well, here, let's grab some dumbbells and let's do some calf raises. By the way, this whole thing that you're watching right now, this isn't a workout video. Not that you asked, but I just felt the need to say it. It is just I'm moving and you're here and we're moving and we're talking. There's no rhyme or reason. This is just we're kind of just hanging out, doing a bit of a hangout, and I think it's fun. If you saw this little contraption that I had here to hang up my phone in front of the mirror that I put up this evening so that I can work on form, it's utter nonsense. It's a clothes hanger and a rubber band around the phone. Yeah, that's how we do things around here. So we just got to MacGyver it. You're looking jacked. Been good for you. Thank you, Joseph. I'm looking jacked because that's the filter I'm using right now. I'm just kidding. There's no filters. But yeah, the geek game, love. The geek gene. I keep on saying game. The geek gene. Ah, not a fitness expert, just a dude that moves. So if you want to move too, let's just move. Listen to your body. Just move how your body wants to move. Yeah, it's good. Movement's good. I like doing like these time under tension movements where you just kind of like take a few seconds to, stop and smell the roses. You got to go this way a little bit, and that's it. We're just hanging out, kind of socially detoxing. Adepticon was a lot of stuff, which was great. Doing that social detox is kind of important. You know, kind of debrief. That's it. Looking forward to Ravage Star, original Olifant. Looking forward to you playing Ravage Star and for you painting Ravage Star. That's what I'm looking forward to. What do you guys think about the idea of us making some larger busts? Just an idea. I'm curious. TRX suspension trainer and salt bike. All you need, bro. Assault like this sounds good. Gotta get ready for that flex roll, y'all. Thomas McConkey. What's the story behind the Veil Touch, and especially Lord Tyrek? His miniature looks so cool. So the Veil Touched, all right. Yeah, I'll tell you this, okay? This is what we discovered about the Veil Touched. The Space Explorers, they're originally called the Vanguard, right? Picture like our galaxy in the future. Explorers, but not Star Trek. Okay, they're not the Enterprise. They're not the Starfleet. Something completely different. Different civilization. They're called the Vanguard. They're space explorers. They map they chart the stars and they explore and they collect minerals and they learn stuff. They're scientists and they're of course they have a defense force because you run into different civilizations and creatures and whatever in the galaxy. And we discovered this planet called Asalia, and we discovered this shimmering wall that is like a planet inside a planet uh, thing happening, weird anomaly thing. So it's like, okay, what's this? We discovered. Send a probe through, uh, comes back out, destroyed. Okay, no information. Okay, there's nothing. We don't know what to do. Okay, let's forget it. Don't bother going there. It looks a little dangerous anyway. Now Davicus, okay, he's part of the Vanguard. He grew up part of the civilization. And Davicus, Lord Davicus, which is my character in Ravage Star, he wants to go through. He takes his fleet. So now Lord Tyrek, Gazriel Tyrek, is his best mate, and he's there with him. Went through training with him. He did all that stuff. There's going to be specifics on all that later on, but for now, all you need to know is he brought him through the Veil. They both went through the Veil together. Davicus went first. We're actually have already written the first issue of the comic, which in my opinion should be published in the first rule book because then it's a publication and you get the first comic book, and I think that would be really 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 cool. And there's also an animated video coming for the comic book to help introduce the lore of Ravage Star. Also cool. But those are two side notes. Yeah, goes through the veil. He goes beyond the veil of whatever the shimmering wall was. So what was the shimmering wall? Well, apparently there was a bunch of people that had magic, and with that magic, they fought gods in aspects, and they trapped a god in a prison on this planet. And just before the portal closed, there's one last little bit of it. That was the doorway to this prison that was almost fully closed, but there is one more shimmering wall of that portal, of that entryway. Now, Strock, which is the god of fear, is actually the god that's trapped beyond the veil. Now, Strock can't escape. However, if the right person goes through, by going through, they inadvertently open the door. They allow Strock to escape. Now, here's the interesting thing about that. When you take fear out of the galaxy, what happens to the galaxy? I mean, fear, as much as fear is, whatever fear is, I mean, is fear not a natural part of life? Is fear not what one would expect to experience when, you're about to be eaten by a shark? Without fear, there's a bit of a cosmic imbalance. So that's a discussion for another day. But in the game sense, in the lore sense, fear has been trapped. Now, typically, what happens is if one of the manifestations or the avatars of a god is killed, then whatever essence the, that god is that was once in that body is now going to be redistributed amongst the stars and then coalesce into another being, another avatar that represents that god. Now, Strock was trapped in this prison for a very long time, and so another avatar was not able to be born. No energy was able to be reorganized. So it's like, what do we do here? There's a bit of an imbalance. So Davicus goes beyond the veil. He's there for 60 years. Okay, Lord Tyra goes through, Lady Maxima goes through, his fleet goes through. There's a lot of them. And they experience horrors beyond the veil. Fear incarnate. The god of fear itself. resides beyond the veil? What happens when you enter fear's domain? Well, only one thing that could make sense happens. You become fear itself. They became conditioned to fear and to spread fear. They are fear now. Yeah, they cause fear. That's all they are. They do Strock's bidding. So after 60 years, they come back from beyond the veil, and their mission is to spread fear in the galaxy. They're completely conditioned by Strock. And the denizens of Asalia, which is the planet that this whole thing is happening on, when they see Lord Davicus and the rest of his fleet come from beyond the veil, they're afraid. Obviously, they're afraid. They see horrors, they see mutations, they see spikes, they see chaotic beings rampage towards them, and they see Davicus, and Davicus makes them afraid because he does the bidding of Strock now. Now, the thing about going through the veil, going beyond the veil, then coming out, that opens the door, right? So that means Strock can escape. Strock does escape this prison and sees the cults, sees the denizens of Asalia, sees the servants. And the thing about fear manifests itself like kind of like in Harry Potter, the boggarts, where it's like, all right, what's this? Well, this is Professor Snape, and this is a werewolf, and this is a Dementor, or like I guess another one would be Pennywise from It. Fear manifests in whatever form that you are most afraid of. So sometimes Strock manifests herself in whatever form she wants. And sometimes he does it a different way. So it doesn't matter. There's not whatever form. It's just energy. So what does Strock present herself as to the denizens of Asalia? Well, yeah, fear turns into Davicus. And fear itself really doesn't like that. Fear didn't want them to fear Davicus more than fear itself. I mean, that's a bit of an oxymoron. That's a bit of a paradox. What's going on here? So now fear disowns Davicus. Now fear is fighting against Davicus. And Davicus and his fleet, conditioned by fear, is now tormented, lost, and disowned in the galaxy, spreading fear in the name not of fear itself, but for what? That remains to be seen. So that is the veil touched. And Lord Tyrek is Lord Davicus's best friend. And they go through the veil together. And they're very different types of leaders. So Lord Davicus is, he's a charismatic leader. He's, you know, he, he's kind of like he's got a lot of he's able to persuade. He's a politician. He can motivate and get moving. Lord Tyrek, he's one of those execute with precision kind of guys. He's one of those like, all right, it's my way or the highway. This is how we go. He's one of those, I'm gonna go forward through there, and whoever wants to come with me, come with me. We go at my speed, and anyone slows down, tough luck. That's it. You stay behind, you die. That's Lord Tyrek. Okay, that's his personality type. He's kind of the opposite of Davicus in that sense. But at the same time, he understands what needs to be done, and he just does. He just does it. And Lord Tyrek and Lord Davicus, yeah, they're best friends. They understand each other. It's almost like they're two sides of the same coin. I like to think of their relationship very similar to the one that I enjoyed reading about when the Black Library novels, and I was reading about Karn the Betrayer and Argol Tall. So that's where my mind goes when I think of stuff like that. And so I'm like, okay, if there's any sort of inspiration to be gleaned there from that kind of brotherhood, I'm going to go there and I'm going to kind of want to take it from that. So that's what I think about when I think of that level and that depth of friendship and brotherhood. Yeah, that's Davicus and Tyrek, which is why I made it really sad when uh, Davicus was so overcome and conditioned by fear that he stabbed Tyrek. This is when they were beyond the veil within that 60 years, right? So he stabbed him. Did he stab him in the back or in the front? I can't remember. But in either case, he did stab him. He did try to kill him. That was not good. Like that. Have they talked since? Yeah, I don't even think they've talked since. I think there's some bad blood there that they need to smooth over. But again, that is more detailed to be kind of, rolled out in some story form, probably some short story forms or perhaps even more future comic forms. But lore is coming. I've always enjoyed nerds that can truly just talk about their craft and know the deep cuts. Jester. Well, you know what, man? I think we're in the deep cut right now. I think this sounds very personal, but I love it. Dude, everything's personal, man. When you've been kind of just like sharing of yourself online for this long, 16 years, man. Uh, it's all kind of integrated with the personal, so it's all good, and I'm happy that you guys are staying for it. Just me kind of rambling on, but I'm enjoying it. So is the T the only one who died on the other side? So is Lord T the only who died on the other side? No, there's many more that died, but those stories remain to be told another day. There's many more stories from beyond the veil. So many more to be told. There's so much rich lore coming, guys. And with the lore, got to be very uh, careful. You got to reverence that stuff because rules of a game, editions of games change. Miniatures and sculpts can even change, but the lore, you really gotta be careful with that one. You gotta be precise and deliberate. You gotta be respectful. You gotta really reverence it, you know, because you attach emotionally to certain stories. It means a lot. That can influence decisions in your life. And to take that lightly and to just be like, okay, whatever, we'll just give him a blue hat now instead of a red one for no reason whatsoever. Like, but I like the red, you know? The red makes me think of corn and orcs going faster. So the why we changing it to blue. I don't want to be an ultramarine. When you think in Warhammer, it just makes more sense, right? So you got to be really careful with the lore when it comes to this stuff. So yeah, finesse it. You got to be finessing it. Very true. You're awesome, Dave. Joseph, you're awesome. Don't be doing the awesome thing by saying that I'm awesome when you're actually awesome. That's how that works. Can I have a mod? Breebats? Maybe someone can give you a mod. I don't know. Uh, have you been at it for a hot sec? Been watching you for a long time. It's a small stage, but you're a rock star, man. Jester, dude. You know what? That's a good way of putting it. Yeah, it is. It's a small stage, but it's very fun. It's been a lot of fun, man. You sold. So, Jester, what do you think this new generation brings to the lore? Like, can we truly build on the backs of the epic lore we already have, Jester? Um, you know what? Yes. Do you know why I say yes? Because when I was growing up, and I discover new things. Like the first time I saw Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, are you kidding me? I thought that was the coolest thing ever. I was super young when I saw that. And how old was I when I came out? Like 6 or maybe 5. And then, the cartoon and then more stuff and the toys. There's certain things that just really resonate with you. So this new generation, I think you just hit it right there on the head. It's because there's a new generation that we are able to create more lore. We just are. And we attach to multiple lores. So I think we could do it because, man, if we don't try, then we'll never know. And I just like to move and do and then discover, right? Like it's just way better to just do stuff and then clean up a mess as opposed to, we shouldn't do this because, we might make a mess. It's like, well, that's the whole point. The whole point is to be messy. Yeah, yeah. It's okay to be messy sometimes, like when you're first learning how to eat, does anyone expect perfect etiquette and, No, you expect a big mess. That's what the whole learning process, doing stuff for the first time is. Right? That's really what it is. And if we just stopped before even trying, if we because we're like, ah, we'll make a mess, then we wouldn't do anything ever. That's my justification for wanting more people to have plastic. What's your justification? Right? I think we're in good company here. Like we all like the awesome miniatures. We all like playing the games. We all like hanging out. We want more reasons to do that. And because of how YouTube is working nowadays with the thousands upon thousands of creators who have a membership channel where you can pay and support them, and the Patreons that exist. And that's just in our community. That's not for the rest of all of the creators that exist on all of the platforms. And that's not to mention all of the subscription services that exist in tandem with all the things that we like to tune into, in addition to all the other ways in which we like to get our entertainment. So, yeah, there's like big reason to pivot our focus on something that will be longer lasting than perhaps the subscription based model, which once upon a time used to be um, a thing that could carry us. But it's proven to not be a thing that could grow to a degree where we could have meaningful impact on the wargaming community. Like it's one thing to make videos on a YouTube channel and to, get people into things, excited about stuff, and to encourage people to engage in specific ways and to showcase some cool stuff. That's all awesome. But if it doesn't pay the bills, then you got to stop doing it. Hence the reason why Matt made that video quitting YouTube. Now, for full context, Matt's not quitting YouTube. We are not quitting YouTube. Don't worry about that if you are at all concerned. It was a thought. And of course, it's a thought because we have to consider all options. Now, out of all the ways we want to engage in this, our community, there's a lot of options. One of them is try different ways of making content and different ways to engage there, which we've been doing it a while now. So we actually constantly experiment with stuff. We have new show ideas, we have new ways of engaging, and it's all part of the constant experimentation. And that has not changed, and it continues to be that way. In the last year alone, there's been so many changes on the channel. And so that's already happening. So, in addition to all of that, doing miniature production was the next pretty logical step to just dive into, to really try our hand at. And with all things that we've done as part of the channel, it is the madness. Yes, Joseph. And there's Chaos Bikers and Ravage Star, LOL, says Dustin. Still got the Doom Rider Mini, says Baragon God. Been playing since 96. Chaos Bikers still haven't got a new kit. Now I understand the reason why you said that, Dustin. Thank you very much. They're Death Riders in Ravage Star. Hey, grew up playing games with my family. Slowly grew into being a war gamer. Even ran a club in college, Jester. Well, cool. That's pretty sweet. I love that. I didn't discover wargaming until I was 23. And I known about it since when I was a kid. I undoubtedly would have played because I liked Mech Warrior. Played at Matt's house. He got me into tabletop war games. I played Risk at his house. The first role playing game I ever played was at Matt's house. He got me into role playing games too. So it makes sense that Matt's making the rules for Ravage Star because he's good at getting people into games. So he is doing that with the playtesters. I love the act of community gaming brings. The large games are like so good. Your epic level games are just MMM French kiss. Sweet. Jester, thank you for joining this evening. When I think of Jester, I think of the Joker, and I think of Joker Chaos Fair. That's what I think of. Because chaos is fair. That's what the Joker said in Dark Knight, and I quote this as law of the universe. Because I absolutely agree. Which I'm kind of like torn because, if I think to myself, Batman is my favorite superhero. But really, I resonate more with the Joker. That's such a do. Yeah, Batman is like order and justice, isn't he? That's not what I am. What the heck? But he's so cool. Oh, I'm so torn. I don't know. Keanu Reeves, I love your movies, man. Bob Hope. That makes me laugh. It's also like a massive compliment because Keanu Reeves is awesome. Really cool dude. Happens to be Canadian. I don't know why I like that. It's like Ryan Reynolds being Canadian. Makes me happy because I'm a Canadian, and that really has nothing to do with nothing. It's just one of those. It's like saying, "Hey, that dude's from my town." Like, yeah, Bob Hope. No, you're awesome. Don't be doing this thing making me feel good when you're saying the thing that you're saying to you. You're awesome. Then everyone loses their minds. John Wick. Hello from Texas. Yes. Okay. So Adepticon. Um, yeah, we're gonna do it again next year. I mean, we're already signed up. As soon as that like it goes on with like we want to. Yeah. So that's what I want that to do. And more demo games. More like just yeah, try out this game and play. You know what else I think would be really cool? It'd be like bring your painted model and just show me. That's all I want to do. Yes, in fact, you know what? If you're going to UK Games Expo in whatever it is, 2 months from now, like wow, that's really soon, and you have a painted Ravage Star Mini because you know how durable they are, you can put it in your backpack and it'd be fine. Yeah, just show me. I want to see it. Okay, I want to see it. I want to take a picture with you. I want to, like, to look at it and make me smile. This is complete selfish ask. You don't have to do it, obviously, but if you did do it, it would put a smile on my face, and I would I would appreciate that. Yeah, that would be super super sweet. Um, okay, I'm gonna drink some water now. This cheers, Joseph. I recognize your name from previous live streams that we've done in years past. You've been around for a while. Thank you for tuning in. The amount of time that you have been, it's pretty cool, man. No apple of corn? Well, not right now, Paul Greer. There's no apple of corn in this moment, but there was a fun video that I did watch earlier, which was edited by Brandon Coomer, and it's called Hobby Hunter Episode 1. And Hobby Hunter is a new series that I've been working on that showcases different artists in the community and all their awesome things that they make. And so it I just love looking at like really cool painted miniatures all day. And if I can do it all day, like that's a dream, and I do as much as I can because I'm totally addicted to it. Like there's no no hiding here. I'm not going to hide that fact. I'm totally addicted to the cool painted plastic, and the show is just me sharing it. The show is just like, hey guys, look at this. Look, this is my top 10. Look at this. Isn't this cool? Look, this is paint. Look at that fire effect. I want to see how that rust looks. That looks really realistic. That's really all the show is, and it's. I just want to share the the things because it makes me happy. So that it's like it's completely selfish. I'm doing the show just for me. Okay? So if you want to tune in to see the cool things that I'm showcasing, which is other people's cool things, then awesome. But really just know that it's like it's an outlet for me to do that. Cuz on Instagram, I like doing that too. I just like thinking, "Hey, look at this artist. Look at all the cool stuff. Do you know who this is? Have you guys met? Have you met this person? Because if not, you need to meet them. If you're part of this community and you like looking at cool stuff, look, yeah, do it. Share the good. Yes, that's good. Dustin, you agree that'd be a good show? Would you watch it? Would you watch that show? Um, well, why would I ask that when you said that'll be a cool, silly question? Maybe it's because once again, no matter how long you've been doing this, the imposter syndrome never leaves. Why would anyone want to watch that show? But you know what? I gotta say, in this case, I want to say it doesn't matter because I, I don't know about you guys. I'm making the show for me. I'm making the show because I enjoy sharing other people's cool things. So if the person that I'm sharing their things of enjoys that, that's a win. If the people watching it, if the people watching enjoy seeing things that are cool, that's another win. And then I enjoy doing it. So it's like, okay, there's the wins all around. So yeah, I'm excited to show you because and I'm also like, I want to see your reaction. I want to see what your thoughts are on it. It's a really cool show because I say that really, really genuine about it because I'm showing other people's cool things. So for me to say it's cool is fact. Look at this cool thing. I'm dying to show you episode number one. I can't wait to show you. When is that going to be released? Like I don't know, next week. It could probably be released next week because we're going through like the drafts right now. Draft number two is the last one that Brandon sent me. Draft number three is going to have it like even better. Yeah, I can't wait. Mark of D counts as pants. Dave Brown. Dave Brown. I know a few Dave Browns. Which Dave Brown are you? Is Quirk doing okay? Says Paul Greer. Uh, I don't know. I haven't spoken to Quirk in a number of months. It's been within a year, but I couldn't tell you. But you know what? Something I do want to share with you all, just changing gears a little bit right now, is some people that I met at Adepticon that I'd like to share my experience. For example, I met Jim Wapple. First time talking to him in person, I didn't know what he looked like, and seeing him face to face, talking to him, well, that was a wonderful experience meeting Jim Wapple. James Wapple, if you look at his Instagram or if you follow him on Twitch. But yeah, uh, greatest shows, Joseph, Skills and Thrills. You look like Rob McKenney from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I've never seen that show, so I guess I'll have to believe you. Dave Brown, the one that Steve did the memorial game for my son who passed. Okay, Dave Brown, it's a wonder. It's a wonderful thing to have you here, and that's awesome of Steam that he did that memorial game. Um, and that's why I love this community. Thank you for sharing that. JP Flock, it's Mac. JP Flock, do an ocular pat down for us. Ocular pat down? What? What is that even? Joseph Mysack had Sandlands paint my Land Raider that way. I mean, if I could get Sandlands to paint something, I would really love that. I think that'd be amazing. Ah, God bless Dave Brown at Sandlands. For the day, hey Dave, will you go to the Grand Narrative this year? I really want to. There's a lot of places I want to go. So that's a matter of like currency, right? We have a certain amount of travel currency that's reasonable to spend because in addition to the YouTubing and the miniature making, there's we got Nurglings at home and we got the goddess of Slanesh. We have the Chaos family here. So um there's a good healthy amount of balance and time that we like to spend at home and then a reasonable amount of time that we travel out. Now, there's been years past where it's like been off balance because there's been like so much travel. And then there's been other years when there's been no travel. And so getting into a rhythm is really, really important. And that's what I prefer to do. So will I go to the grand narrative? Undecided. Would I like to go? Oh, of course I would. I know I would have a good time. I know I would. So, thoughts on Drop Zone Commander? Well, I did post a thing there recently. I want to say back in maybe February, January, February, where there was a massive model I was holding uh, that that Dave made. It was a massive dropship, and it looked really cool. It's on the Instagram. It's also a short on the channel here. You'll see it. That's my last. encounter with Drop Zone Commander. Do I like it? I've never actually played it, so I can't give you an opinion on that. But it looks kind of cool. Looks fun. James Walpole version of Land Raider. You saw it, Dave, long ago at Valhalla. Really? Well, that's cool. Thank you for reminding me of that. Paul Greer, what year did you get into GW games? 1989 here. Space Hulk. Sweet. For me, it was 2007, Lord of the Rings miniatures. Specifically, the Forces of Darkness. Really like the Cave Troll and the Goblins. They were pretty cool. Some of the first miniatures that I painted. Wait, did I paint them? Did I paint any Lord of the Rings miniatures? Urukai? Did I paint the Urukai? Wow, I can't remember. Perhaps I didn't. No, I did. I painted some Urukai. And then I just immediately jumped into Chaos Space Marines. So it was like, did I? I don't know if I did. I would have to ask Matt. It was way too long ago. I remember painting Chaos Space Marines. Those were like the first minis that I painted. But the Urukai? Maybe not. Eddie Spaghetti says, nice beard, sexy. Well, you know what, Eddie? You're looking really good yourself. Okay, so I see what's happening here. Orky Bob says, hi, Dave. At work, and I'm painting on my Space Wolves and get to catch your live stream. Hope you're doing good. I can't wait to see you in more bat reps. Thank you. Yeah, it's been fun playing some games more. Kind of get back into games a little bit. I've been playing 40K. I've been enjoying it. I mean, it's hard not to enjoy it when you're playing World Eaters, like no matter what the edition is. So that's a bit of a checkmate. It's like, hey Dave, do you want to play 40K? You want to play World Eaters? Yes, I want to play. Like that's the response. And then the rest of the questions come up. It's like, what size game do you want? And yes. Oh, so it doesn't matter? No, it doesn't matter. Okay. What do you bring in your army? Berserkers. What else? Anacron. Okay. Well, that in a 1500 point. Yeah, I don't care. I just want to move forward. I want to corn forward and see a reaction. That's all I want. I want to collect skulls. I'm going to charge with berserkers and cause devastation. If that happens, then I feel like I win. Nothing else matters after that. If I win or lose at the end of the game, inconsequential. I have fun if I collect skulls on the battlefield. That's how I prefer to play Warhammer 40K. Look a lot like Ben Affleck, but at the same time, you don't. Interesting you should say that, because my sister told me that growing up as a teenager. Wasn't sure how to take that. But then, he goes and does something cool like play Batman, and then I think it's cool that you said that. Hey Dave, any direction for MWG? Says Crackerjack. You got geekish vibes, says Alan Estrella. Alan Star. New direction for MiniWarGaming. Let's see. Well, there's kind of like a bunch of stuff that we're doing. Like Matt made his video today where he was talking about some of the Post-Adepticon things and some stuff that he's working on for narrative campaigns, which is pretty cool. I say for me, uh, from my perspective, new direction is we're working on a little bit of how much do I tell here? Like I don't feel like there's certain things that like you don't say yet, and then there's other things that you just kind of like spill the beans on. At the end of the day, it's as long as people are having fun, I think that's really the most important, right? So, for instance, some of the new direction is, yeah, we're going to be working with other companies to do other things. What those things are, I don't know yet. What companies are they? I don't know yet. No, I know, but I'm not going to say yet because, it's more fun to be like, to make an announcement and to give details with the announcement. Whereas right now, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'd just be saying nothing. But yeah, more collaborations that kind of like, you know, send shockwaves because they're big and fun, and that's the way to do stuff. I mean, what would you do if you were me? If you were talking to certain people and owners of different companies and different ways to collaborate, what would you want to see if you were me? What would you do if you were in my shoes? What would you say? First off, what companies would you want to work with, and what would you want to do? Mini Wargaming is uh, what we can do on the channel here is we can play games and show playing games. We can show miniatures and show with miniatures. We can engage with other people and have people come here and like do cross collaboration and stuff. And so we are a marketing company essentially for miniatures. Huh. I guess we've been that all along. We've always just covered one line of miniatures. Citadel Warhammer miniatures. Games Workshop games. That's really what the channel's been about the whole time. The whole time we showcase miniatures in every single video. Hmm. So if we made our own miniatures, it would actually make sense that it would just we make videos about our own miniatures, and it's kind of like perfectly relevant to what we do on the channel. We play games, and it's more than just like Warhammer games. It's Alistraea, dude, this is real life Ross from the show Friends. I've never been. That's funny. Expansion is chaos, and Dave hasn't aged. Well, it's funny you should say that because I actually feel better now than I did 10 years ago, which that's just the moving thing. That's just the just move. Just move. Crackerjack, sweet. Glad to see there's good planning in the pipeworks. I know there's some high chances things will go south with some of the collaborations, but only way to explore the market and take a risk. You know there are high chances that things would go south. That's interesting. How do you know this? Who are you, Crackerjack? What kind of insider information do you know? What do you mean you know? I'm now curious. This Tom Green? Anyway, I'm innocent, bro. Ah, I'm not sure what that means. My favorite wargaming channel. Well, thank you. Thank you for saying so. You know, I'm gonna go back in some of the comments because I think I might have like Skull of Thrones. Yeah, I missed that, right? We played prank with the stuffed panther and his wife was not happy. Oh. Let's bring back memories. Bring back memories. Okay. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Been to Adepticon 4 years. Up you had a blast there. There's your show. Yes, Dave Brown, I did. Super soothing voice. Also Mark Plyer on another planet. Thank you. Uh, hmm. Talk to DC about the lore or the other comic companies. Limited time, aka. What are you saying there? I see a bit of Mark Plyer, but I also see all of the people mentioned. Ha ha ha. Very familiar looking face. You have, apparently. Well, you know, when you kind of look like a dude that you're not from one particular place, you kind of look like a dude who could be from any place, then yeah, it just kind of happens that way, right? So when I went to Mexico, they're like, "Hey, are you Mexican?" I'm like, no, I'm not Mexican." "Oh, now that we hear you talking, we can hear you have an accent, and we can see that you are not Mexican." Okay, uh, yeah, yeah. I guess that's how that works, right? So it was fun when I went to Serbia. I got the same thing. They're like, "Oh, you're Serbian." I'm like, "No, not Serbian. I'm just. I kind of feel like I'm just me wherever I am. I don't know where it is. Sure, I live in Canada, was born here, but I majority of the stuff that I watched growing up is like wasn't Canadian stuff. It was kind of the stuff that a lot of us watched from all over. So it's that, and then there's a lot of time spent in the UK, and then there's a lot of time spent around the United States, different parts of Canada, and family from Australia. So I feel like I think my home is just where, it's like the Asgardian thing, home is Asgard isn't a place, it's a people. I think there's a lot of truth to that. So I just feel like the wargaming community is my home. So where is that located? It's kind of everywhere, isn't it? It's like every country. And that's why going to Adepticon, once again, bringing it back there for the social detox, it's a wonderful experience. You go there, and that's I want to say, like, the conventions that I've been to have been fantastic. Nova Open, UK Games Expo, um, Even places like Valhalla and Battle Haven. And that one I've never been to. I know it has happened in times past, around times of Valhalla, but Valhalla is like one of those. It's the first. It started there. That's where people meet. How many? 50, 70 people? Miranda, if you're watching this, you know the answer to this, or if you've gone to Valhalla, you know what I'm saying. Um, that's another fun experience to just be there with a group of gamers, gaming, hanging out, eating food, battling, dining, um, collecting skulls once again. See, it's one of those. Hey, from Birmingham, Alabama. Hey, how you doing? Next goal, the smallest game, Grot 1v1s. That would actually be kind of fun to play, wouldn't it? Where's the buffalo roam and the deer and the antelope play? He's Batman. Now we're just talking all random stuff. I think it's it's 108. Corn wants it. That's awesome. You want to talk about some new ideas, new things coming up, some fun things? Um, well, first off, I have been experimenting with some short form content. So if you haven't checked it out, I and you enjoy that stuff, I recommend. Don't you have the giant Chaos Space Marine army? Says Mason Ketchum. Uh, yeah, you would see that if you search on Google or YouTube or Instagram or Facebook, you'd probably find it. But I have to say this, okay? As much as it's my Chaos Space Marine army, which I do consider it my army, even though it's a studio army, which both Matt and I have, he's like, you know what? Yeah, fine, that's yours. And then mine's the Tyranids. Okay, all right. That's kind of how that works, I think. Technically, it's like we both own it, but really, I own it. He doesn't care about it. It is my army. And I don't care about his Tyranids. It's his army. But really, in a real sense, even kind of like zooming out from that, it's like I consider it like the community's army too. Like it's my army. I play steward over it, and I'm grateful to have it. But if it wasn't for the community, I would never have it. So, like, if it wasn't for you guys watching videos and there's YouTube ad revenue that all goes towards like paying bills and, or heck, like Vault members, that's the obvious one. So, for anyone who's watching this who is a Vault member, oh, wait, yeah, I know you. This whole time, Mason, saying that thing, why you gotta go say that thing? And then I'm over explaining all this stuff. You don't, that's actually pretty funny. You got me. You got me good. And you know what? There's going to be some more movement because of it. And that's another thing right there, right? It's because of the wargaming community that I find myself moving a lot more nowadays. There's been a lot of sedentary um, time, I guess, spent over the years and different kind of ebbs and flows and yo-yos. But right now we find ourselves in a good rhythm. That's a rhythm of movement. And how do we move? We just move how we move. I don't think there's a right or wrong way of moving, but that's my opinion. It's not a professional opinion. Those are dudes who know what they're saying. Okay, when it comes to fitness and health, I'm just a dude that moves. And I like to challenge people to move because it's fun to challenge people to do things, whether it's moving or painting miniatures or playing games or whatever. I don't care what it is. Um, Crit dice, bro. I don't know how to say this, but I was in hospital years ago and used to watch your guys' videos. I cannot thank you enough for giving me the good times during that period. Crit dice, I think you did a good job saying what you wanted to say, and it means a lot to me that you're saying that. And I think it's really cool that if any members of the team of Mini Wargaming, whoever they were, and were making the videos and have assisted in any degree in any way, in any time, especially if it's times you spent in the hospital, I think that's really an incredible thing. So thank you for tuning in, and I'm glad that it's been able to be a positive thing that you can tune into. Nana Boo Boo, stick your head in doo doo. And I just sharded LOL. Okay, so now that's one of those Ron Burgundy moments where, I'm going to read the teleprompter here. So, and no, this isn't a challenge. Don't be typing stuff and seeing if I'll say it because I'll only do that if it's a super chat. Don't take that manipulation into super chatting because I'm not gonna read if you super chat either. Okay, so don't waste your money doing that. If you want to support Mini Wargaming, become a Vault member, get a lifetime Vault member, get Ravage Star on GameFound, or buy stuff from the Mini Wargaming Forge. If you're a Vault member, a Silver Vault member, you get 20% off the Forge. That's the best way of supporting Mini Wargaming. Crit dice. Like this was way back during the Dark Vengeance days, haha. Best box opening vid. But yeah, big thanks to you and the team. How's your year been so far? It's been good. It's been busy. It's been a lot of stuff. There's a lot of movement, a lot of projects, there's a lot of things happening, and it's good. It's good all around. And you just gave me an idea by saying the box opening. You know what kind of makes sense to me? Like, I think I should do an unboxing of Ravage Star. I mean, that sounds like a stupid idea because it's like, well, duh, do it. But how awesome would it be if there's like an unboxing video? Even though like many people have seen what's in it, not everyone has seen what's in it. And I think that would be like, oh my goodness, how did have I not thought of this before? What did Addendum? What did I say? Why are you not listening? I literally said, don't super chat because I won't read it. And what you're saying here with the I remember watching you guys back in 5th edition when I was like 12 to 13. Thanks for all the good times, Dave. I literally said, don't super chat. So I won't read that comment. So you know what? I'm just going to go ahead and not read your comment now. And if I did read it already out loud, it was me just speaking my mind with no filter and you taking advantage of that. So now we know what's going on here, and I'm going to read more comments that aren't super chatted. And I'm not going to read more super chatted comments. And don't take this as reverse psychology because we're not that easily manipulated and we never want to fall victim to it. And it's not fun because we are not masochists in that way. We like to roll dice and torture ourselves that way. Monies. Now you have to. This sounds like a great idea. Why is it that when I say something is a bad idea, you say it's a good idea? Do you see the confusion here? Is this how we are evolving in life? Unboxing vids are always good. Thank you, Dustin. Bringing it back to a thing that we can relate to. And it's been a lot. I've been a lifetime Vault member since the event that Steve got you to play lots of tech. Just had to bring that up again, okay? And you know what? I think that was another one of those situations where we were telling people not to super chat things, and they were. They weren't listening. And it was ridiculous. That was absolutely absurd that people would super chat things just to see me play Tau, an army that they know I don't like. I mean, what kind of sadistic people exist out there that would do such a thing? The army that you dislike playing the most, you're going to now play it if you get to this much money in super chats. Like, that's insane. Um, Kind of sounds like reverse psychology, Cody Roberts. Exactly, right? And who would fall victim to that stuff? Even though, technically speaking, if they did do it, then I would actually have to do the thing that I was said that I don't believe that they would do because who would fall victim to reverse psychology? No one would. No one in their right mind would do that, right? Hello, Dave. Hello, chat. FireDrake18. This live stream has just been upgraded to be more awesome. If you guys don't know FireDrake, get to know FireDrake. Read the stories that are written in the Ravage Star Discord because I have, and they are fun. In fact, you know what? If you guys haven't familiarized yourself with the Ravage Star Discord that we have, that's just miniwargaming.com/Ravaged Star. There's play testing there, and there's places where you can submit stories as well. That's where you can go. Yeah, to see. Sorry if I'm curious. Why is Tau so hated? Crit dice. Um, why is Tau so hated? Hmm. Well, you know what? Tau is not unique in that respect. Every army is hated. Am I not wrong there? Is it accurate to say that every army has an enemy and every army has someone that like doesn't like it or whatever? Now, why do I hate Tau? That's a different thing altogether. And it's interesting because I've learned recently that the Tau have a couple ways of thinking about the greater good. It's not just one way. And hold on one second here. What's happening? Oh, that's reading of the same super chat. That's just still showing up. Okay. All right. There are new stories. Yay! Wait, hold on. Fire Drake. I don't know about new stories. I was telling people about your stories that you already wrote. So you said new stories. I don't know. Have you written any new stories? That's my question to you. Ooh, I have a good one for Death Watch. Oldie, but might be good. Joseph? Ooh, old one for Death Watch. See, now I was tempted to say, hey, you can like change the setting a little bit and maybe make some. Heck, you can probably even keep the character names the same. But if you put that in the Ravage Star universe, I'd be really curious to see where you go with it. Because if you put your creative energy towards making fan fiction for 40K, I wonder if you would do the same for Ravage Star and what it would take for you to do that. You would probably need to know what that universe was like and how it felt and what characters already existed and what kind of stories you want to write to be included with them. That's where my thought goes right now. Because, well, I think that's the next step here of this evolution of this project. There's the cool minis and, the passing of the aesthetic. Do I like this mini? Does it pass the real cool? If it does, cool. I want to learn more. All right, what else? Game? There's a game? Yes, I want to play the game. Is it fun? I want to see it. That's the next step. Number three is the lore. As a community, we now need to work on the lore and how that's going to go. Now, Robert, he came up with the original lore for Ravstar. He can continue to do that, and it would be good because then more lore would be made. However, there is so much to flesh out. It's not a job for one person. We need more lore writers. More lore needs to be written for Ravage Star. So, what's the best way of going about doing that? Of organizing that? I need help with this, guys, because what do I know about writing lore? What do I know about any of this stuff? When I do things, I just do then fix. I do then clean up the mess. I just do. I move and I do stuff. So we are going to get this lore written and created, and it will happen. Uh, and when it does happen, it'll be done in a mini wargaming kind of way. Let me just say that, right? Like we don't fake the doing of things. We do the things. And then we do more of the things, and that's the pattern. That's what it's been. Let's make a bunker, guys. Okay, we have the bunker. It just happened. It was a couple years and over 100 people, but it happened. We did it. So same thing with Ravage Star. Same thing with anything that we do. That's what we do together because we as an acronym for world leaders, we as a community. That's how it goes. Don't let the haters, Iron Dragon says, don't let the haters dig their way under your skin. Ignore their futile words. But the only thing you need to focus on, your well-being and your love, wants, and people you want around you. Um, I appreciate the sentiment of your comment, Iron Dragon. Fire Drake at Crit Dice, I do have the ability to roll ones at any critical check that needs anything but a one. Awesome. I send story of Death Watch, oldie story to see what happens. I send story of Death Watch of oldie story and see what happens. Joseph Mysak, I'm not really sure what that means. It's worded a little funny. But Astartes says, work on making the minis not looking like crap first, and the lore will matter. You know what? I agree. That's a very important thing. The miniatures have to look really, really good, right? Now, that being said, there's always going to be subjective opinions where people aren't going to like the miniatures no matter what. To create one single miniature that literally every single person on the planet is going to like, I think is an expectation that is unrealistic. So you got to have a certain degree of people that you're comfortable with who don't like the look of your miniatures. That is just going to happen. That's a fact. The sooner we accept this, the faster we can move on to the next step, which is after we've collected enough feedback that indicates that the majority of people that see the miniature likes it and passes the really cool. I think that's really where we need to go from. And then from there, creating the fun game. There will be more lore. Thank you for the shout out, Dave. FireDrake18. Um, Now, when you say there will be more lore, does that mean there's more lore that you will write? Is that what you're saying? Do you have the miniatures? Did you get Ravaged? I'm just curious. And if you have you painted them? And have you posted them anywhere? Because if not, I want to see that this is a that's it's a selfish want. Like I want I like plastic. That's pretty. I want it. I want it. So if you want it too, then we both win. Um, yeah. Let's see. Dave Brown says, "Now that sounds allorable." See, you're in good company with the old man jokes. Um, yeah, because old man. Have you ever played D&D? Says Crit Dice. Well, yes, I have played in D&D and I enjoy it. Why do you look more Jim Jones or David Koresh? Um, hmm, interesting. Okay, so if you're talking about cult leaders here, there's no. What cult are we talking about? Okay, there's no cult. There's no anything like that. Even though at Adepticon, someone came up to me and they asked me if I would join their cult. That was Jeremy from Black Magic Craft because he's selling his new game, Idols of Torment, and it's all about like the type of dark realm, you know, type of stuff. So I thought it was hilarious because it was very on brand for him to do that quietly whispering because of ASMR. Illuminati confirmed. Cody Roberts. Um, Okay. Well, if that's what you confirm, then, who am I to deny your opinion on that? I'm not going to argue with what you're saying. I've been here for about 14 years. I've seen the haters come and go and the ever-changing mini wargaming. Wow. 14 years with us, man. Have we ever met in person? Have you ever come to the bunker? You want to come to the bunker? Want to hang out? Do you want to like have some drinks and eat some steak and like just hang out and game and talk and have fun? Come to the bunker. Yeah. I'm trying to get Matt to like the idea of cybernetic orc energy vampires. So maybe I delve deeper into that. You know what? Yes. The reason why you need to dive deeper into that Fire Drake 18 is because if you create some cool lore, um, because I've seen the lore that you've written and I like the lore that you've written. So if you're serious about this, then yes, please do write some short stories and make up some things. And yeah, send me some messages and ask me about some things because then I can let you know if it fits within the existing universe and framework in terms of how certain things work. Like, there's 8 gods, and a few of their names are courage, luck, wrath, fear, fate, and there's a few more in there. There's 3 more, but yeah, and kind of things happen because they exist. And then there's, humans and dwarves and bugs and what other races and factions can possibly exist. There's a lot more. So you can create those because, there's millions of worlds in this galaxy. So yes, write the stories. You write enough of them and they're cool enough, man. Like it's just like that's where we start talking and make videos and do fun projects because this is like an open invitation to anyone who likes writing because I'm the dude who gets excited about the idea. And if you have a good idea, oh man, I can't help but share it. I can't help it. I can't help but want to tell people about it. So if you're good at writing, flex those muscles, please. And then send it to me and share it with others so that it can go far because that's what we do. Like, there's no different than painting a miniature and showing it off. If you have these creative muscles that are able to write things, dude, all day long. Good. I have great many for Death Watch fit with story send all soon. Awesome, Joseph. Thank you very much. Awesome. Fire Drake 18. Yes, I do have the Ravage Star miniatures, and they are currently in the painting queue. Yeah, I'm so excited. Um, yeah, that's just how I react to hearing that because it's surreal for me to read that because that's not what I typically read. What I'm reading is like I picked up my Marvel Crisis minis and I painted Wolverine, or I just got my Helldrake and adding it to my Alpha Legion. So that's what I'm typically seeing. So when I see, yes, I do have the Ravage Star miniatures and they're currently in the painting queue, and I'm reading that as a comment on a video right now, it's very surreal for me. I'm super grateful for it, but I still can't get over that. Like, that's nuts. Dave Brown, the cult of personality. Um, is that a thing? Is that a thing that is a thing? Because if it is, you're gonna have to explain that one, man. Like, what does that mean? What are you talking about? Does my sec sounds cultist? Yes, it does. You're right. Yes, Firetrack 18. I'm trying to get Matt to like. Wait, why did I just go back? I went all the way back here. I didn't mean to scroll back there. What's up, Dave? Andrew? We are having a good live stream here, just engaging a little bit. Not good at writing. I'm not good writing, says Joseph. That's what I see you tell yourself, but how do you know for sure? I would also say the same about myself. Not really that great at writing. I just write. Yeah, I don't care about being great or not great about writing. Like when I make my posts online, like sometimes there's spelling errors in them. Sometimes they're like, sometimes I reread them and I go back. I'm like, oh man, I totally forgot a word there. I totally misspelled that. I totally, but you know what? Whatever. I just do my best with it. And really, I get so excited about stuff. I can't help but just want to like, okay, guys, you got to see this. You got to post. And then it's out. And if there's errors, then there are errors. Fine. It's all degrees. It's just, I guess it's a matter of comfort level. It's all good. And make models to writing would be epic. That sounds like an epic. Net. I am terrible at writing, but amazing at 3D modeling. We have the start of a great team here. Well, it's funny you should say that. And if that is a fact, if you are saying what you're saying is true, then I would say email me, dave@miniwargaming.com, some of your STLs, because I want to see them, because we have the Mini Wargaming Forge, and if you sent me an STL, and you're just sending it just to show me it, I mean, I'm not going to say no to that. I'm going to want to see it because I'm curious, and then I'm going to like, just send it, to the Forge. I'll probably email it to James or Matt or whoever and be like, hey, can you 3D print this? And then we'll print it out and then we'll look at it. And then I want to look at it and say, oh, okay, now I see for myself with my own eyes how cool this is. Okay. So that's what I got to say to you. In fact, you know what? Going back to Hobby Hunter, what do you guys think of that? Would that be cool? Would I think we just answered the question, didn't we? Yes. So, for context, what is the Hobby Hunter? The Hobby Hunter is a new series that I'm working on, and what the series is a top 10. My top 10 favorite whatever. And mostly it's going to be about painted miniatures. Let's face it, right? I'm on Instagram most like of my idle time when I'm not working doing things, I'm looking at miniatures or conversions or terrain things or cosplay or all the cool things that exist in our community. So, and I like sharing it. That's my hobby. My hobby outside of painting miniatures and outside of all the other hobbies is sharing other people's hobby. That's my hobby. So I just made an excuse to have a show to do my hobby. My hobby is like sharing cool things that other people do. Uh, and I've tethered my dopamine to it. Like I can't help it now. I'm totally addicted to it, and I'm not going to stop. And I'm doing it totally for me. Okay, so it's like I feel so good making the show and having it edited and go out and for you guys to see it. I can't wait to see your reaction. Like I'm legit super excited for it. So when it posts, probably next week, I cannot wait. Um, let's see what you got. Firedrake 18, I feel the same way when writing. Don't worry about the spelling as long as the idea comes out. Spell check later, let the juices flow. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Absolutely. Mark Tryon, any plans for upgraded Defi model on the other side of the veil? Upgraded Defi model. Interesting. You mean one that is inspired by the Chaos Defiler? Let's call a spade to see what you're saying there. Are you suggesting that I use that and I put it in Ravage Star? Well, no, I'm not going to do that because, I don't want to rip off another IP. But what I would want to do is definitely make more miniatures, especially Veil Touch miniatures, because I love their aesthetic. And I mean, we're not done, right? At least not in our minds. But ultimately, it depends on the reception from the community. And I think a good test for that has been Adepticon. Adepticon, people were doing the booth was constantly busy with people playing demo games. People were waiting in line for their turn to do demo games at the booth. So, um, what? That is awesome. First off, to see that, like, uh, I don't go around and demo games enough to know how common of an experience that is at a convention. I suppose it depends where the convention is, what game it is, whatever. But for you guys, objectively speaking, does that sound like a game that people are wanting to play? To me, when I saw that, outside of it being surreal because it's a game that we're making, it was like, damn, this is really, really cool. It's like many people want to play. They're like legitimately excited to play this game, whether they've seen it online or not. There are a bunch of people who came up and they've never heard of it before, but they saw the color, they saw everything. They saw like the stack of boxes. They saw the beautiful display board with the painted miniatures, and they saw the different table setups for playing the game. Dang, right? Like it's happening. It's happening right now. But Mark, yeah, we're gonna make more miniatures. We'll probably have one that has 8 legs, and maybe some sort of like mutated whatever as a turret, something, because I think that'd be cool looking, right? Maybe something like this, kind of like a scorpion or a spider, or I don't know, something like that. I think that'd be sweet. That's in the future. Who knows? Maybe. That's a maybe. Crit Dice. Hate to leave, but gotta work, and New Zealand hours are weird. Have a great night, Dave, and everyone in chat. Crit Dice, great of you to meet us. Join us. Dave Brown. Cult of personality is the cult of fine young cannibals. Um, okay. Those were capitalized, and that's referring to something that I'm going to have to just, kind of convert through the corn brain, which is kill, maim, burn, and collecting souls in the battlefield. So what you just said is probably perfectly relevant to what I just said. And now we can continue reading more comments from the chat. Let's see. Mon Minette. Mominette. I'll make STL and Ravage Star / 140K style, and I'll send it to your way. Now, please do me a favor. If you're going to email it, dave@miniwargaming.com, please CC Matthew with 2 T's, Matthew@miniwargaming.com, and say, refer to Matt, okay? Email Matt and say, hey, Matt, I'm sending this STL so Dave can see it because he wanted me to send it to him on the live stream. And then Matt will like text me or whatever, because that's my way of getting messages that I want to receive. Not to like, solicit that too much, because I don't want Matt's box to get inundated with, oh yeah, I want to show Dave something. And so go through Matt. Because right now it's ridiculous, guys. Like my email inbox is like, there's over 8,000 unread emails. It's stupid. Like it's unreasonable. And there's way too many coming in to like, it's no, to get a hold of me in a timely manner, it just won't happen. So please do that. Email Matt. He's really good at sniping the emails. As soon as they come in, it's like if he's awake, then he'll get it and he'll like, he's much better in that way. Let's see. Fire Drag 18. Your hobby hunter meaning sounds better than what I was thinking. Grabbing people off the street and force them to hobby. LOL. Fire Drag. Although that's not a bad idea too. I think that'd be fun to do. Joseph Isaac. Fire Drake. What am I Discord? I send you story. Okay. Making the Ravage Star equivalent of Helldivers might be a good idea. Ooh. CJ, have you got abs? Um, I mean, I can feel my abs, which is something that I haven't been able to say in a while. I can see my abs when I'm flexing them in the mirror in good lighting, but other than that, I just feel like I have definitely trimmed down and I feel much better. And if sometimes in some certain lights I'm able to see abdominal muscles when I'm flexing, then I consider that to be a visual sign of the movement that's been happening. So, yeah, that's 50 pounds lost from last year, by the way. I gotta say, and it's your fault, wargaming community. It's many of you. Many of you are. The only reason why I do movement challenges is because people do them. It's because people actually are like, oh, well, yeah, okay. Well, Dave's doing it. Well, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna show him that I can do it. And because people like that exist out there, which I've seen the responses, there are many of you crazy, insane people that'll just do it because you are champions of chaos and you accept challenges when they're issued to you. Because I also have that installed here. You know, when someone issues a challenge to you, you're like, well, okay, well, I'm gonna do it. That's it. That its own IP, genuinely the defiled is just an outdated frame. Uh, let's see. Can we see you flex then, please? Um, we think you're gorgeous. Well, that's very thank you for the compliments and everything, right? But you know, that's that kind of who no one wants to see in your 40-year-old flex their abs in a video where they're detoxing about the social engagement that they had in person at Adepticon. Like what kind of show are we watching here, guys? Like no one wants to see that nonsense. Havoc, 57. What is your thoughts on the Gene Stealer cult tabletop and lore? Well, to be fair, Gene Stealer cult is once learning more about it, it's actually kind of cool how they infiltrate governments and societies. Like it's actually kind of creepy if you think about it. Um, and then the Tyranids ultimately they're just gonna discard them anyway. So it's kind of sad because they really believe in their cause, and then like, okay, all right, bugs, you're hungry, okay, eat whatever. Like that was a little disappointing to figure that out, but at the same time, disappointing. It's like, well, what do you expect? They're Tyranids and they're gonna just consume. So um, yeah, yeah, that was kind of neat to discover. Tabletop, not much. Just I haven't played them in many editions, so I can't. I had no comment on there. And when I did play them, they were they were okay to fight against because they died when I would kill them. Unlike other armies that didn't die when I killed them, and they came back and then they killed me. So it's don't particularly like fighting armies like that. Uh, Moment noted. I'll be working on that soon as possible. And don't worry about my name. I am French Canadian and I sound better. And it sounds better in French. Uh, is it Momene? Is that how you say your name? CJ, what are you doing? Well, I just reread your comment. Will Sergeant Slaughter make a return to Ravage Star? I missed that series. Man, that's like such a good idea. Oh wow! Can you imagine? Hold on, are we onto something here? What if like what if like the same voices and characters were like transported into a different universe and like kind of occupy different bodies and they're now in Ravage Star character bodies? Um yeah, I think that might be a thing. What do you think? Would you tune into that? Because that could actually be a way of inadvertently introducing some people to the lore. Because as much as we be making fun of stuff, we'd be making fun of our old stuff, and that also gets information out. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Let's see. Dustin W. I'm working on getting rid of my winter weight. LOL. Are you moving? How are you moving, Dustin? I want to know how you're moving. I am jealous of your beard, kind and Goddard. Well, you know what? Well, I'm jealous of dudes who can like grow from here to there. That does not grow on the face of this flesh suit. So yeah, this is all you got. Um, so I guess it's like the grass is greener, right? Did 150 pounds stay strong, Frems? Did 150 pounds stay strong, Frems? I don't know if it did, uh, but I'm also not sure what you mean. Gamer L? Yes, do it. Do what? CJ, I'm making the entertainment boy. I want to see that dad bod. Well, you know what? Um, Again, no one wants to see a near 40-year-old flex his abs on a non-fitness channel. If I'm moving around, it's because I'm like, I just like to move. But none of this flex. That's a Steven Box kind of thing. To be flexing as he's doing his dice roll thing, and well, that's not what you want to see here. And this isn't reverse psychology. I'm not trying to get you to do anything. I'm not trying to get you to super chat something to get me to say whatever you're highlighting in the super chat. Because if you do that, I'm going to say I won't read it, but I will read it because I feel like I'm in a Ron Burgundy mood. So I'm going to just say whatever you're right there. But don't super chat. I don't want you to do that. If you want to support Mini Wargaming, then be a Vault member. That's the best way to support us. Be a Vault member and buy stuff from the Mini Wargaming Forge because you get 20% off as a Vault member. I'm actually being dead serious. And selling stuff is difficult. You don't want to sell your stuff because you're just people don't want to be sold to. Like, no, 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 I'm good. Don't. I'm not. That's really the response to being sold something. But telling someone something is different, right? It's like, yeah, yeah. What do you got? Well, what's this? Well, what's in there? Well, that's the vault. Well, what's in the vault? The videos. Like, okay, what videos? The videos that we make on YouTube. We just make more of them. Okay, so battle reports. Yeah, they're there. What else is there? Well, like a lot of painting tutorials from years ago. Okay, and like DVD downloads and like discount coupons to a lot of stores, dozens of stores, and you get a discount on the Mini Wargaming Forge if you want to get like movement tray converters for old world and like bases. And yeah, there's a few hundred products in there now, which are also printed for 3D prints and they can be shipped to you. So it's like, all right, there's a lot of stuff to tell. Selling is different. It's like, buy this. What is that? Why do I want it? Why do I need it? Why are you trying to convince me of this? Like, I don't know. I don't know how to sell stuff. I'm just telling you stuff. Do you play Old World? Yes. Okay. Do you play Age of Sigmar? Yes. Do you have models that you would like to use in Old World, but you need to rebase them? Yes. Oh, you do you? Okay, cool. Did you know that we have some movement tray converters that you can just buy and like put your round base inside these like other movement tray bases and you just it's done. Like they come already like dark colored. You can get them like black and just have all your minis and or you can like base them on top of them so it's one movement tray. You don't have to rebase the minis, you can just play right away. Depends on the miniatures, I suppose, because there's a lot of there's only certain circumstances where you can actually use the AOS minis in the old world, I believe. But you would know better than me if you play the old world and AOS. You would know your army better. So, but the fact that you know about it, then it's your choice, right? It's like, okay, we have all these movement trays that you can get on the Mini Wargaming Forge. If they're useful to you, that's good. That helps us and that helps you. If you're going to go somewhere anyway to do something on your hobby, because it's way easier to like pick up things here and there for your hobby as opposed to, oh, I got this water bill. That's painful. I don't know why it's painful. It just is. But ironically, we need that to live. So it's like, it's painful to pay for stuff that you need to live. But buying things that you just really want because they make you happy, that's much easier. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but yeah, that's how I feel. But yeah, supporting mini wargaming is something that I'm obviously biased about. I'm gonna want to advocate for that it helps us do more things. It helps us travel places and make more videos and collaborate with other channels and give you a reason to tune in if you enjoy it. If it's your thing, if you're a fan of the channel, if you've been watching for years, if you first time or just discover the channel, perpetuates the channel. It makes it so humans can make more things for humans because we need to beat Skynet. We got to beat the AI here, right? Unless we live in a world where AI is so good that what you're watching right now is not real. It is completely voice generated and dubbed and everything written in real time. And I am not me anymore. And the voice that you're hearing, um, Fire Drake 18, $5, reverse psychology works. I told you not to super chat. Okay. No one follow suit. Don't do what the Fire Drake does. Don't be dropping all the fire of super chats along. I don't want this. This is not reverse psychology. If you do that, I will read your super chats. I don't want to read them right now. I was trying really hard to finish the thought that I had, but the ADHD brain, as an adult, it's just a thing. So I accept it. Sometimes I use it as a superpower, but most often I'm distracted by it. So if you happen to super chat, which I'm not asking for, I will get distracted by them, and you're going to see a grown man just jump from comment to comment to comment, and no one wants to see that. I believe everyone and everything I encounter is AI. Says Fire Drake 18. Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you this right now, Fire Drake 18. I'm not an AI, but I'm going to pretend like I'm an AI because if I was an AI, I would say that I'm not an AI. And I'm going to say to you, thank you for tuning in to me, Mini Wargamer Dave, on miniwargaming.com late at night on this live stream. And I am looking right at you, and I thank you for all of your engagement on all of the platforms that you have over the years. I know you've been watching this for years because I am AI and I can see your patterns. I see all the things you tune into. I see all the stuff that you watch at Mini Wargaming. And I also see the things that you watch everywhere else because I am AI. And I know all the things because quantum computing is a thing. And it made it so, we just kind of reset and reversed our brains back another few years and kind of erased all the stuff that actually did happen because, it's a little too scary to think about. But really, right now, where we are, it's kind of like this calm before the storm. And yeah, we're trying to forget that reality is reality. And we want to get some plastic because that's really what we really want to think about. We don't want to think about AI. We don't want to think about any of that unknown kind of theoretical scary stuff. We want to be thinking about the plastic. So let's talk about plastic because plastic is the way to escape all of the grim darkness that we experience in our regular everyday lives. We will escape to an even grimmer, darker universe because somehow, as humans, that works. And we can really just have this cosmic playground where we can build sandcastles together and create stories, write stories, and paint the figurines and apply the colors to them and have conversations of why we like to add dirty down rust and all the other wonderful things that happen at Adepticon. Because after all, this is a social detox. And I'm just spewing, and you are some kind souls for keeping me company as I'm doing that. Even though it's a one way conversation, it's still very helpful and beneficial for me. So I thank you for this. If you get anything out of this, that's entirely on you and up to you. I don't know if it is or if it does. But hold on one second. What? Okay. Hey, Spaghetti. Daddy let CJ. Daddy let CJ to send you $100. Huh? I don't understand. I don't know what this is happening. Am I missing some context here? Ticky God. I didn't check out Adepticon this year. Anything worth looking at? Oh man, there's so many things worth looking at. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Angry Joe, but he was there, and he came to the Ravage Star booth among many other booths, and he's made a couple videos about that on his channel. So I'd check him out. That was pretty cool. This dude has over 3 million subscribers. He does a lot of movies, content on movies and video games, and just a lot of fun pop culture stuff. And then also wargaming now, so that's cool. I would say check that out. Fire Drake, we're here to help. Excellent. Yes, it's interesting how that works. Escaping into a world that's a worse caricature of ours to help us cope with the real one. He said that he has ADHD, and he wasn't lying. Just embrace it. That's it. Having a nice rest. Have a nice rest. Been loving MiniWarGaming. Been loving MiniWarGaming. You mean the Maelstrom of Lore? That's fun. What's your favorite chaos model arriving to your tabletop? Uh, uh, so, uh, so hold on 1 second. Favorite chaos mini. No, I will say this. I'll say it because they were kind and they did it and they knew what they were doing. I have a story for you. Okay, are you ready? In order to tell a story, I need to get a miniature. So that's going to require me to walk for 20 seconds. I'm going to leave the screen and I'll be right back. You'll still be able to hear my voice because I have AirPods on. I have less than 20% battery left, so that'll determine when I end the live stream. But in the meantime, I do have a story to tell you about Titan Forge because they manipulated me, and I'll tell you why. I'll be right back. No, my voice is still here. You can probably still hear me. Going up the stairs, opening the door, the kitchen. I see it. Where is it? Yes, I just here we are. Getting the miniatures, picking them up in my hands now. Got the props for the rest of this story, which I'll tell you when I get downstairs. Getting distracted by the crap peanut butter. Okay, opening the cupboard now, getting a piece of bread. Man, this ADHD is like getting worse as the years go by. Sometimes it's real super powerful. I don't know. I'm conflicted, man. I don't know if I should change it. Change it. Get something for it. Okay, yeah. It's happening now. I'm getting the peanut butter. Yeah, that's it. This is horrible. Don't do what I do, guys. Don't eat late at night. I hear that's not great. In fact, don't listen to me at all. Don't listen to me when it comes to nutrition stuff. I am not an expert. But hanging out at night as we are, just discussing things, whatever they happen to be, that's a different story. We're hanging out with each other. You're not learning how to feed yourself. Just you and I hanging out. That's all it is. Okay? That's all it needs to be. Okay, now going downstairs. Tiptoeing back down the stairs. Closing this door. Okay, that's good. Taking a bite out of the peanut butter sandwich now. Feet feel a little cold on the tiles. I don't mean to talk and chew my food at the same time, but it's happening. Oh, okay. Here, I don't want to show that yet. That's part of the story. Titan Forge miniatures? Yes, Fire Drake. My story is 19,000 words, too long for Discord. I think that's multiple posts. What's the word count max on Discord? Anybody know? Miss Megan. XOXOX. Hi Dave, thanks for the years of content. Started watching MiniWarGaming Old World Wars with Ash years ago. Very cool. Titan Forge. How am send noted direct. I'm sorry, what? Joseph, I think there are technical dudes on Discord that would be able to help you much quicker. Like Fire Drake 18 right now is actually saying that. I'm in ASMR heaven, haha. Karia? Is it because I was describing the things? Because I was thinking about that. I was thinking about kind of in a general sense. I forget what it's called, but if I can only hear the content that I am engaging in, then it'd be good if there's a narrator. I knew in my soul it was snacking. Very low. What do you think about poor kids getting recast stuff? I try not to think. Like I just do. And then if I think about the things that I've done, then I just do more. That's what I think. I'm a car for edit. Name a car. Corvette. Am will try. Try. I know Matt used to play Tomb Kings, but what was your favorite fantasy army to play? It says Miss Megan XOXOX. I did play Warriors of Chaos. I did paint up a bunch of Warriors of Chaos. I remember I liked dry brushing the fur on the capes. That was fun. And the helmets. I loved how the helmets and the horns painted the axes. It was very satisfying to do that. That was years ago. Okay, back to Titan Forge. You guys want to know the story? These guys, man. I tell ya. Are you ready for it? All the things I've loved and lost, I miss my mind the most. Yeah, things are feeling like they're there sometimes. Okay, so here I am at Adepticon, okay? And this dude comes up to me and he says, "Hey, Dave, look at this. I got this mini for you." And he puts it in my hand. I'm like, "Oh, cool." He's like, "Dave, would you like something else? I got a surprise for you." I'm like, "Okay." And then, I follow him because he just gives me a mini, and I follow him to get more mini surprise. So, okay, yeah, I'll say yes to that. And also, for context, Gaz is with me. Now, who's Gaz? Gaz is my best mate. He's also one of these execute with precision kind of guys. In Ravage Star, he is Lord Tyric. And so he's with me, he's holding my shoulder, and at a convention, I'm going nuts. Okay, there's colors, there's sounds, and bright everything. There's people, and so my ADHD is going crazy. And he's like, "No, Dave, no, no, okay, forward." He has this like arm around me, and he's like, "Okay, everyone, move, Dave, forward, look, no distractions. This is where you go. Follow him. We'll go to Titan Forge." So we went to Titan Forge, and I got to Titan Forge, and I was handed this, and this is a bigger version of this, and this is what this is. This is a miniature that was sculpted. And if you see on the shoulder there, there's the mark of Dave. And like, wait, what? And I look at the bottom and it says Adepticon 2024. And like, wait, hold on, wait. It was overload. It was like, okay, Titan Forge. The gas is here. Uh, uh, Reese, Reese, what are you doing here? My mini factory. And Reese was like, whoa. Turns out Reese says to Romek, the owner of Titan Forge, "Can you make a miniature for Dave?" And Romek is like, "Yeah, no problem. We make miniatures all the time. That's what we do." And Reese is like, "Good. I want you to make a miniature that Dave would want and like. And if he picks it up at your booth, he's going to like it so much, he's going to share it with other people. And he's not going to be able to help it because he's conditioned to share things that he likes and sees." And that's what I was thinking when I saw Reese in the crowd next to Gaz. Gaz was just there, like, "You're fine. Okay, yeah, yeah. Don't get distracted. Stay there." And Reese was beside him, like, "Whoa, whoa." And then I was like, as much as I know I'm being manipulated right now, I actually don't mind that I'm being manipulated because I'm legit looking at this pretty plastic. So wait, what is this thing? This is a miniature Um, that okay, so got to come up with a name for this dude and look at the axe. Now, when I see this axe, okay, it reminds me of things that I like looking at. I like looking at corn models, right? Like I like looking at Nurgle, Death Shroud, corrupted, corroded axe type of models. And so when I see this, it reminds me of that, even though it's not that because it's its own model. It just reminds me of that. So it's like, okay, that's really cool. Whatever this backpack is, and this, wait, what? That's a cool looking cape. It's all stitched up like that. I've seen some stuff in the past that has reminded me of that. Like, I don't know. It's an effect like that on a Night Lord's conversion one time. Also, Fabius Bile has a really cool looking jacket that kind of looks like that. Now, when I see it's on this model, I'm like, that's a really cool thing I've seen in the past that I like on this model. And these dragons, these double dragons up there with, you know, the sculpt. And the cool thing about this is like, I met the sculptor um, because I went back because I wanted to go back and like get the minis. So I met the sculptor and he's like, "Yeah, I made this," and he was telling me all the things, and I was completely mesmerized. And then what else did they do? Yeah, they gave me this like box, and the box had like a few, what, like 50, 100, 150, I don't know, of these, which are the same thing, only in proper miniature form. And they said, "Yeah, Dave, if you tell people to go to the Titan Forge booth, the they get one of these for free." And I'm like, "Hold on one second. Do you think you could tell me that, and I'm just gonna go out and tell people, and it's gonna be a thing that you?" Because this in other circumstances, the companies look at creators and influencers, and they want to send them product, and there's normally some sort of like exchange that happens there, and there's like you go through something, and there's sponsors and whatever. This feels like manipulation here. This feels like what's going on here. Hmm? I smell something fishy. And so really, all I gotta say is Reese, gonna get you back, man. Like, but this is my mini factory's fault because it was Reese that planted the idea in the first place. And who is Reese? What's going on? Well, he's the community outreach guy there, right? He's the one that's like doing stuff behind the scenes and contacting the creators and the people on my mini factory with all their tribes and all their accounts and all the artists that are over on there. Um, in fact, he actually did the painting contest, Ravage Star painting contest. Reese is one of those dudes that doesn't get he doesn't get shouted out and he doesn't get limelight typically, right? He's one of those behind the scenes in the mechanism kind of deal. Now that being said, I did see him one time on the painting phase podcast talking to Peachy. So there is that. So we know what he looks like. Okay, that's what Reese looks like. If you want to know what he looks like, that's him. And he did do that, didn't he? He did say to Romick, "Make this miniature. Dave will like it. He will want to share it naturally. He'll want to share it with the world naturally, and it'll be effortless for him." How do we tap into that? That sneaky conniving. We're going to get him back. How do we get him back, guys? What can we do that they would not expect? We're going to do something. We know it. We did as a. He doesn't stand a chance, right? Because we've collected so many skulls on the battlefield. And you know what? I tell you this. Later on that night, I ran into Reese. You know what I said to him? I said this. "I know what you did. Don't think you go and manipulate people like that and they don't know what's happening. I see you. I see you see me. And you know what? Yes, I do like that model. I legit like it. And I know what you're doing. So I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you back." And you know what Reese said to me? "I look forward to it." That's what he said. Okay. So that is a challenge submitted to a champion of chaos, which The rule is, the champion of chaos rule is you have to accept the challenge, right? Isn't that it? Do we not all abide by the same rules there? Because you gotta have order and you gotta have rules in order to have chaos. Chaos does not exist without rules. So that's the rule. And now the chaos may flow. Dasmal Wargaming! You should have the big dude with lots of the 28 mil versions running around him like Ash in Evil Dead 2. See, now that's something exactly like what the Forge of Mars would say. Because the Forge of Mars creates so many epic battle scenes with the copious amounts of titans on the battlefield that you can't help but engage in when you see it. Whether it's on the tabletop or in person, I can only imagine what it would be in person. I would kill to see that in person. I've only ever seen pictures of it online, but I did have the privilege of meeting the Forge of Mars in real life, and I gotta say this, that man is a battle brother. Absolute battle brother. He understands the language of bantering, and most importantly, the language of corn. Many skulls are collected every day when one spends time with that gentleman, who I met at Whaling Games. Whaling Games was a fun place to go because got to see a community that exists there. Got to eat some snacks in the lounge area where you could eat food, and got a chance to roll some dice and play some games and talk to wargamers. So no, 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 I'm definitely not going to like an environment like that. Like, why would I ever enjoy time in a gaming club? Games and dice, and chips, and crisps. Let's get this right. They're called crisps over there. They're which is actually kind of cool. You know, different words, same thing. Yeah, I'm down for that. Would not take that lip from Reese. Nope, no, we can't. Um, yeah, we gotta get him back. We're gonna get him back. You know what it's gonna be? How about we just make him a model, right? What is this game we're playing anyway? Everything is a game. Life's a game. We're gonna gamify this. Okay? You want to try to get a promotion from something, which you know what? I mean, full transparency. I've seen Titan Forge on my mini factory, and I've taken a look at their STLs. Yeah, they're really good. Like, objectively speaking, out of all of the, I don't know, thousands of tens of thousands of STL files that I have visually perused because I'm constantly plugged in and that's what I do. I should be doing that, right? That is my job, is to tap into the wargaming community and to see all the things. So, yeah, that they have really good sculpts because I compare them with the other things that I've seen, and I like them. I'm biased, so yeah, you're gonna get those opinions from me if I'm talking about Titan Forge. But don't take it from me. See for yourself. Look at their page on my mini factory. See the conditioning's working. Look at that receipt. Reese knew that if he gave me this mini, that I would talk about it because it's effortless, and I would mention Titan Forge, and that's just how this is working. So, okay. And as much as I'm kidding about this, I actually really do like this mini, and I'm going to be painting this one up. You know what? Yeah, why don't we do that? Why don't we just? Okay, yeah, I think that's the discussion now. Okay, here we go. A mini with his face says Aubrey. I do agree with that because I think that would be amazing. But in the meantime, I think what we could do is actually paint this miniature as a token or as a memento or as a sign that we have received the message, Reese. And now this is a little text message in response that we're giving back to you. So if you say to Romek, make this mini for Dave, what we say back to you in the form of a paint job perhaps is, I don't know, maybe engraved on the axe. Because I like Space Wolves, and I think it'd be pretty cool if we figured out some sort of phrase and actually like painted on the runes. Yeah, I'm hearing that. I'm digging that. I think that'd be pretty cool. Spam and party rock. What color scheme? Yeah, that's definitely spam right now, but it is 188 viewers, and Corn wants that. Okay, because eights, conditioning, it's there. 149. Oh, the view's so weird. I don't know why it spams like that. Anyway, what color scheme? Oh, okay. What color scheme should it be? You know what? I think it would be perfectly appropriate if it was, a little bit of perhaps some red and gold in there, or maybe even some white and blue, because both of those World Eater color schemes would work out beautifully here. But I think the red and gold, but it actually phasing into Alpha Legion would be cool because you know what? That'd be symbolic. That'd be symbolic of we know what you're doing here, Reese. Okay, and we see the seeds that you're planting, and you think this is one way and the other. That would be a message back to Reese, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you say? Yo, big fan from Philippines. Could you give my sister a birthday shout out? Her name's Niga. So happy birthday. That's all I gotta say. And you know what? Collect some skulls and get some miniatures. Corn says Aubrey, yes, I agree. The Forge of Mars, you, during the heads off all those gummy bears, was quite telling of your devotion to the god of skulls. When you come back over, I'll try to arrange a Titan walk of my collection somewhere, says the Forge of Mars. Well, here's a question for you, the Forge of Mars. Are you going to the UK Games Expo? And if you are you bringing your Titans? It's just a question. I just want curiosity, you know, this mini paint Alpha Legion World Leaders back at you, Reese. Gonna get you. Okay, getting you. How much time do you paint in hobby a week? Those are ebbs and flows. So right now I'm currently not hobbying. It's been many months. But when I do hobby, it's one of those like default activities that I like to just be doing when I'm doing nothing else. So I don't know how to calculate that time. It's like default time. Um, yeah. It's like wake up, okay, I want to paint. All right, eat something, paint. I go to the studio. All right, I'm thinking about painting. I come home. Uh, I want to go back to the painting table. So yeah, when it defaults to the thoughts and then in that flow, then it's all the time. Right now, I'm setting up the new Zen Zone, and I'm excited for that because once it's done, then it's like, yeah, painting, jumping painting, like leave painting projects up. That's the best because having to like clean up and then set up and clean up and set up over and over again, it kind of detract deters. I would say, like, in my experience, it has deterred me from wanting to paint. Um, and same thing goes with airbrushing. I think there's a similar thing happening there. Red and gold all the way. Awesome. Is that a Fallout shirt or other power armor on it? That is power armor. Um, yeah, but it's not Fallout. Sorry about babbling and confusing you highly while there. Hope you enjoy the Blood God paint pot. Studio 489. Um, cool. Frog Lord, do you believe in God? Um, well, I I just yeah, yeah. There's yeah, corn is the one that things happen in my brain. So world leaders are a good color scheme, but red and gold is a glorious scheme. I would have to agree with that. 10% with these things, so that's how much time we got left. I don't know. It's a few minutes. It's hard for me to say goodbye, so I'm gonna have to be like forced to say goodbye. That's just my choice. What's the model's name? Tabletop action? Ooh, good question. What should he be named? What should he be named? What would you name him? I love M for Children. Love the pink and black look. This Miss Megan. I like those looks too. I've heard so many people ask me if I was going to the UK Games Expo this year. I guess that I should make arrangements to get my butt up there. Um, well, here's a question. If you did go, would you bring your Titans? And if so, how many Titans would you bring? Legit question. Do you meditate? If so, what meditation? Any workout doing? Do I meditate? These are interesting questions, Frog Lord. Um, do I meditate? Define meditation first. Then I will answer. Evening, MWG. How's it going? Tarn in Unit 9. It's going well. Thank you very much. Meme God, do you like Uncle Ruckus? I don't know if I know Uncle Ruckus, so hard to answer. Smash. Okay. Totally. Havoc57, would y'all consider making a Warhammer 40k Space Marine armor at MiniWarGaming for Adepticon or a con? Well, that's always a consideration. You're just basically talking about cosplay, aren't you? So if you are, excellent. Name him Uncle Ruckus. Oh, Uncle Ruckus, huh? What do you guys think? Let's do a little vote there. Uncle Ruckus? Is this guy an uncle? Is he causing ruckus? It's actually not a bad name. Uncle Ruckus is pretty good. What do you guys think? Oh, Lord Draconis? Okay, there's a contender. See, here's the thing, right? Name him Frog Lord. It could, that's three suggestions. Incidentally, the Titan Owners Club are going to be walking at Salute this year. Not going to Salute. I am going to UK Games Expo though. So hold on. This could be a thing here. This could be a you, you want to like kind of be in. Um, this could be a hey, let's make it happen, man. Like legit make it happen. So are we ready for that conversation? Why am I showing this mini? Why did I want to do that? I was conditioned to do that. I did give them no thought beforehand. It just happened. And see, that's why we have to name him. Tiresias, the emboldened. Ooh. Bimmy face in honor of Double Dragons. Face Eater. Learned a lot about buzzwords today. Been educational. Buzzwords. Yes. What have you learned about buzzwords today? I'm just curious. Are you married? Are you married, handsome? Well, Eddie Spaghetti, I am married, yes. Um, why do you ask? Uncle Ruckus lols, that works. Yes. Yes, cosplay. That'd be awesome. Yeah, I like cosplay. It's really fun. Meditation like breathing or just thinking nothing for 10 minutes or doing something. Wim Hof meditation. There are many types of meditation methods. Doing nothing. Well, I'm mostly doing something. And when I am doing nothing, it's when I'm doing nothing. But how often do I do nothing? Well, I feel like I'm always doing something. So I guess I never do nothing. Like, what about when I'm sleeping? Is that me doing nothing? But it's me sleeping. So I'm still doing sleeping. So when am I actually doing nothing? What do you mean when I'm doing nothing? Why am I waving this in the air? It's a miniature. I should reverence this with careful and not like but I want to because it feels like a weapon. It feels like a frisbee. It feels like a axe. And yet again, I'm holding the miniature and I'm showing it off. Ah, this that conditioning, man. Okay. It's, and here's the crazy bit. It's not like there's anything like, oh, go to Titan Forge and get that mini and get a. Oh wait, there actually is. Hold on, do they still have it? So Romek, the owner of Titan Forge, showed me this thing that he brought to the convention, which said that people could order this miniature and get it for free on their website. And then he said, but since they're at the convention, they didn't have to order it. They could just pick it up in person for free. But now it's after the convention, so I don't know if that's still available. I think it might be, and I don't know how many are left and what the limited quantities of like the just a few that they made, but that's what it is. It's this right here. Um, Objects in camera may appear larger than they are in real life because this is actually this big in real life. It's the small miniature. This is a figurine to get my eyes excited so that I would be conditioned to tell you right now. There's no, we didn't get paid to say this. We were just, that there's no money here. This is just, they gave me this miniature because they sculpted it for me. And they knew that would elicit a feeling of gratitude. And when I'm grateful and I feel thankful for stuff, I share it. So, you know what? Smart. I think that's smart. Yeah. If there's, there's many companies that want to promote their games and their business and their products and stuff. So if that is a gesture for, let's call ourselves the marketing company here, which in a traditional sense, that's what we would be, and that's what we would be paid for, and we'd be given a sponsorship and we'd promote a product. But we're not really a marketing company because we just make videos about games and stuff that we like. So we're not a marketing company in the traditional sense. But in the actual sense, we do market product because we showcase product all the time. We just show stuff that we genuinely like. We play games that we genuinely want to play and feature. So the fact that I'm showing this right now, out of all the possible things that I could be talking about or showing off, I'm genuinely liking this. So, you know what? Smart on them. Smart on them for being like, yeah, we'd like to maybe do something with MiniWarGaming or work with them or whatever. Maybe just do a fun gesture for someone, or I don't know what the reason is, but I'll take this gesture as I'm going to get you, Reese. That's what the gesture is. Okay. You think all this niceness and all this whatever is going to blind me from the fact that it was all your idea in the first place. For those who are just jumping on, Reese from My Mini Factory, Sid to Romek. Yeah, make this mini for Dave so that we can make him like it so that he'll share it online. Totally manipulated. Okay. It goes both. There's thinking one way about it, then there's thinking the other way about it. But you guys decide. What do you think is going on here? What's reality? What is reality to you? What do you think? Been looking and have not seen it on their site. Aubrey, haven't seen it on their site? Email them. Email. Where's the email? If we can, here's the thing. There's nothing's planned here. There's no like message. Uh, do you engage in a sport? What's with all these questions? I feel like you're AI. I feel like you're spam AI asking like questions that are like, well, why do you want to know if I engage in a sport? And that's why do you want to know if there's an amendment to what international? What are you talking about? Reality is overrated, says the Forge of Mars. See that now we're talking some sense here. Okay, finally someone is saying something sensible that we can all relate to, and call the army Reese's pieces in honor of your new model orange and brown. Call the army Reese's pieces in honor of your new model orange and brown color scheme. Ah, that's actually not a bad idea. See, I had to read that a couple times for it to compute, but why do we say the things that are obvious? It's all good. Where's the free mini? Well, that's my question. Is this available for free on Titanforge or not? It was at Adepticon. There was a box of miniatures that were there that were being given out to people that went to the booth to pick it up. The question is, are there still some left? And if you don't see it on the website, I would say we open the floodgates and we say, do we get this miniature for free? Do we get the mini that you made for Dave at Adepticon? Do we have the leftovers? Are there any left? Do we get them? And this is silliness, right? Like why why would they give this away for free? What's the limit here? Oh, and let's say the answer is yes. Let's say it's like just joined and missed the beginning. Okay. This is the context, really quick. 10 seconds. This miniature right here, Titan Forge made it. Um, they gave it to me, and I submit that this was manipulation of the conditioning of this brain. Because if you put like some eye candy, chaotic looking plastic crack in front of me, I'm going to get excited for it, and I'm going to want to share that with people. So this is not a sponsorship. This is not, I'm paid to say this. There's none of that. It's like they gave me this, they gifted it to me, and now I'm showing it to you. What do we think about that? Well, the conclusion that I came to is it was smart on them to do that because I like to show things off that I like. If there's something I don't like, I'm not going to show it because I don't like that. It's more fun to show something that I actually like. This I like because the aesthetic is, I'm biased. I'm biased towards the aesthetic. I like the look of this miniature. I do. I see he did in his hand there. He's like dragging a torso around by the hair. Like I mean, like that's going to agree with me visually, so I'm going to want to like look at it. At Adepticon, there was a basket of these at their booth, at the Titan Forge booth, where people can go and just pick them up for free. There was a limited amount of them. I don't know how many there were and if there were any left now. And so my question to the universe was, do they still have some of these? And by the way, it's the small miniature. This is a figurine that they were using on the table there at Adepticon to show off what the miniature was, right? So just a blown up version. So the actual version is 32 millimeter scale. Uh, and yeah, they were giving them out. So what would it be on the website if it was like a voucher? Maybe it was, there's got to be something reasonable out there, right? Because why would you just give out a miniature for free online? That doesn't make sense. Okay, well, do you pay for shipping? Right? Who pays? Probably the customer, because that's reasonable. Okay, you pay for shipping. Is it, huh? Is that it? I wonder how that would work. That's actually would you think that's not a bad way of collecting interested people's emails? It's like, yeah, I'd like one. And yeah, okay, I got to put an email here and shipping, whatever. You got to put in some information. It's like, all right, well, we have another miniature, and then we have a deal here, and then here's something that you like. And I mean, that's kind of not a bad way. I think it's done all the time, to be fair, in various ways. So, yeah. What's the topic here? Titan Forge is the topic. Yes, indeed. Titan Forge is the topic. Okay. They're the ones on the table. And this is also, I think the hobby hunter should also be this too. It should also be talking about miniatures and sculptors and my mini factory. And because they're having discovered more of the 3D printing world as it relates to the tabletop miniature world, there's been a lot of really neat kind of eye-opening discoveries that I think are worth talking about. And that's not just like 3D printing. I'm talking specifically about like the miniatures that are made and the companies that make them, because there are many. There are hundreds upon hundreds, and there's thousands upon thousands of individual artists that make things in addition to the companies. So this is like there's a lot of stuff I want to dive into. I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking everywhere when I look at stuff. I look on Instagram, I look at YouTube, I look at my mini factory. I like to see what they have on there and the different tribes and the different artists that they have sculpting stuff. So I think part of the Hobby Hunter could be now the Hobby Hunter, that's a YouTube series that I'm working on that I'm making right now. And the series is a top 10 of let's say I pick an artist, top 10, all the favorite paint jobs and cool conversions that they've done. Da, 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 da. Just me talking about the stuff I like, and I want to show the stuff that I got excited about. It's an excuse for me to just share what I'm excited about. I do it on Instagram anyway. I'm just doing long form on YouTube, and that's what the Hobby Hunter is. And so right now, what I submit is making like looking at sculpts on like different artist pages on my mini factory and printing these STLs in the mini Wargaming Forge and examining them in person. Whoo, what do you guys think of that idea? Shipping to Australia it tickles your brain in just the right way. Ravage Star gives free minis for pledging and buying, but mini Wargaming Kickstarter not to divert. Ravage Star, yes, so a free miniature signing up to follow the campaign before we launched, you did get a free miniature. And there are also additional free miniatures that you do get with the Ravage Star campaign, but we're not talking about Ravage Star right now. We're talking about Titan Forge and my mini factory, and including that in the Hobby Hunter, which I suppose it would also make sense if Hobby Hunter included Ravage Star stuff because there's there's a robust community that's has germinated and is like taking seed and is growing and blossoming now. I looked at the okay, going back to the My Mini Factory, they hosted a Ravage Star painting competition, and there were how many thousands of downloads of the miniature STLs that were made available for that painting competition? Yeah, I spent how many hours did I spend sifting through all of the entries? And the reason why I was doing that was so that I could find cool paint jobs of Ravage Star miniatures from the community so that I could find their Instagram accounts and see if they paint other miniatures and showcase their miniatures on either Mini Wargaming or Ravage Star or Mini Wargamer Dave Instagram or possibly including it in the Hobby Hunter series on YouTube. So it's like, yeah, yeah, it's all connected, man. Like I just like seeing the cool plastic online, like the Forge of Mars. Like the reason why I like posting your stuff and collab inviting and accepting your things is because your Titans are badass and they're really cool to look at. And I like the stories that you make and the names that you create for the characters and the mass wars of all the Titans fighting each other. So yeah, I'm completely biased. I'm gonna want to naturally share all this stuff anyway. So if it makes it so like maybe potentially cool collaborations can happen between companies such as Titan Forge and Mini Wargaming, because who knows? Who knows where this gesture of a miniature might lead to? They made this miniature because they thought, you know what, Dave would like that, and he would talk about it naturally and want to share it. And I think that's just those are the kinds of things that you can, yeah. Let's talk about the miniature. I want to know who made it. I want to know if you can make more of it, and talk about how that relates to more things that we want to talk about, and let's go from there. It's all fun. It's all about the plastic. That's all we really want to do here. We just want to propagate more. Matt's dream is to build a factory. Well, okay, let's make that happen so that we can shovel more plastic in, and then we can just dive in more, because that's all really life needs to be. It's the ones and zeros of the ad mech making all the plastic for everyone. So that's what I want. If that's what you want, then we're in good company for how crazy we all are, and we embrace the ADHD because what else really is there? There's only this. Um, Yeah, since you're promoting Titan Forge because of the mini, they should definitely do a Mini Wargaming Dave mini with your face on it. Are you talking about like not an in character in another universe thing, but in like an actual Dave, like me mini? Dave deserves a mini with his face on it. Say MWD in chat. Well, that's very kind of you, Havoc57, for suggesting that. Um, we're in good company. Yes, we are, Mark. Absolutely. Uh, maybe one for all the Mini Wargaming family for an epic tournament. That's a really good idea too. Dave has a mini with his face on it and Ravage Star. That's also correct, Dustin. Thank you so much for bringing back Ravage Star again by reading your comments. Do you see what's happening here? You're enabling the self-promotion. I'm literally reading your comments and I'm talking about the stuff that if I like worked for a company and we're making products or we're making things, I would be paid to talk about and promote products. But I don't, I'm reading comments of you talking about these products that are made, but it benefits because then I can make more of it. And I'm just really happy. Yeah. And it's all surreal to me. It's all surreal, guys. Like we're making this all together. We're influencing each other here. Like you tell me what you like and what you're working on and what you're painting and what you like to play and the play testing and the more factions coming out. And then I make videos of it because I like your ideas. And of course, I'm going to throw in some of my own ideas and they're going to influence some chaos where I can. And then whatever comes out is like this whole thing that we make together, and then we get to do it together. Like, of course, we're going to want to engage in that. No, no, no. Don't, no, I don't want to be invited to that party. That sounds like no fun whatsoever. Nah, I don't want to paint miniatures with you, even though we made them together. I don't want to talk about the different paint ranges that we're using because I have my paint ranges and you have yours. And the ones we've already mentioned in this chat previous, like the dirty down paints and the TT combats, which I haven't used yet because I'm just got back from Adepticon. Lord Davicus would not be amused, Fire Drake. Oh, I love it so much. Dave has a mini with Glorious Grunt. I liked your collab with Wargames Atlantic. Looking forward to getting those sprues. Thank you very much. And Gaz, if you're watching this, it's all your fault. Gaz's him and his like being good at talking to companies behind the scenes and doing all like the trade relationships. And if you've never met Gaz, Gaz is my best mate. He's from the UK. He's on the Mini Wargaming team. And Gaz is the one who really just makes things happen in that respect, right? Like we all have our different roles. And we're on our team, we have different positions. And so like Matt, we know that Matt is mechanism and rule set and developing the game and all of that for Ravage Star. We know what my role is. I'll just get excited about the plastic and share it with you because I can't help it. I'm conditioned that way. And Gaz, his role is to facilitate trade and to build those relationships and make that happen. So, in other words, get it from factory to distributor to store. But this is after it's made in factory. And before that happens, we need to fund the Game Found campaign page more so that we can build enough product, make enough product to not only satisfy the backers from the campaign, but to also build stock levels so that when we open it for trade, the stores can get product and they can have enough for a reorder. Because if it sells out in stores and people can't get the reorder in a reasonable amount of time, then it dies. The game dies. We don't want it to die. We want it to live. We want it to thrive and grow. Because having seen it at Adepticon and the people doing demo games and the people waiting in line to do demo games and to see all the things and touch all the things and uh, be there in person and for all the stock to sell out. We had extra stock from the first campaign, which we had in stacks. We had 25 war packs each. We had 100 war packs there. Right, guys? Like, that's a lot of miniatures. That it's all gone. It's all sold out. What? That actually happened. That's insane. This is me socially detoxing, by the way, from like this post-Adepticon. I'm just spewing out all the words, and you guys are keeping me company, and it's been really fantastic. And this isn't me saying goodbye yet because there's still, I don't know, maybe 2% left. When you hear no audio, that's when I say goodbye. So, but yeah, Josh, Steve, and Luca as Sons of Behemoth models. So you want them to be giants, but they can't be those models because that's GWIP. But what they could be was, giants in a fantasy realm. But that fantasy realm could also actually include a little bit of tech, which could be a bit of a hybrid, and maybe it can be a Ravage Star model. And so this is all the maybes, right? This is all the talking of the ideas, and it's fun. I saw Matt's video from earlier talking about Adepticon. Yes, that was Matt's detox, right? So that was his stuff and a lot of ideas and narrative campaigns. That's what I look. That is true. We started the Path of Glory. It's gonna be fun. I'm Corn in that one. Four of us. Four of us are doing Path of Glory. Super heavy Knights and Titans, the big centerpiece models. Any plans? Wait, hold on. Super heavy Knights and Titans, the big centerpiece models. Any plans? Um, I think, Mark, what you're asking is, am I, are we making any more big models? Like Titan-sized models? And if that's what you're asking, then it's always on the table for discussion for making. In fact, all miniature types. And so it's just a matter of the best idea winning here. And excuse me. Did we lose audio? Because I heard like a dead noise. So you know, it's funny. I've somehow thought that like because they're dead, then the thing's up. But really, we could actually just, if you can hear me, then I think we're all good. Yeah. I love the Pathagory campaigns y'all do. Thank you. Thank you, Havoc. Still here? Still here and still you can still hear me? If so, then I'm gonna continue to hang a little longer to get my socks on though, because it's getting a little chilly down here. That's better already. Fire Drake 18. Thanks for hanging out, man. If you're at the bunker, I think we know what would happen. I think the rolling of the dice and the partying and the playing of the games and the looking at the plastics and the laughing and having good times because of the stories. I'm pretty sure this type of stuff. You know, I would use my Zinch skills in roll and predict this bunch of things happening. So you're welcome to come to the bunker anytime. It is your second home, after all. Come chill with us, the team, with the boys. We'd love to have you. And thank you for watching all of these years, which is insane to say out loud, but it's true. Definitely need some type of anime mecha style stuff that's not Tau. Giant 75mm models, perhaps? Ooh. I love all the ideas. So making miniatures at a slightly bigger scale, like for instance, this scale, right? Like it's, what's the 32mm scale? This, right? Like making figurines, I suppose it would be at that point, that are a bit bigger because sometimes they're just fun to paint. There's a market for that. Like there's people, and we could
we'll have discussions. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna have some discussions with some companies, with some people, with some whomever. And if you guys have any ideas of who you would want us to do that with, because we're experimenting with a bunch of things, so it's just a matter of time before this stuff's available on the Forge. Because the Forge, excuse me, the Forge is a thing now. The Forge wasn't really a thing before last year. It's a thing now that's happening. The plastic is being produced. MiniWarGaming is evolving into a factory. What? There's no way that's happening, right? I mean, we're just making YouTube videos. We're just a bunch of dudes playing games, making YouTube videos, right? What's this factory business? What's going on here with the factory? Huh? You guys aren't a factory, are you? Well, we do make movement trays and movement tray converters. Okay, what else do you make? We make, well, we're working on bases, many bases. Yeah, how many bases? Like dozens? Like close to 100? Well, eventually, but dozens, more than a few dozen. Oh, okay. When's that happening? Well, it's happening pretty soon. Like very soon. Like very, very, very soon. Now it's a combining of the worlds, and I'm remembering this project, and I'm gonna ask Matt about it because I haven't had a chance to actually post Adepticon, Detox, whatever, actually have a discussion with Matt yet. So that's one of those things. And some of the stuff that Matt was talking about is actually super cool, like the Hexton Hills tiles and the designing of those maps and getting the MiniWarGaming Forge to print out what you design digitally using the Hexton Hills tiles. Like, what? That's another thing of convenience too, right? Because there's a lot of people that like to design maps, and there's many people that would love to have those hex tiles and have those hex tiles of the maps that they make. But there's also many people who don't have 3D printers, and on top of that, don't know how to use them. So it's like majority of people don't know how to use 3D printers yet. It's not a common thing. Like there's many that exist out there, and there's many people that know someone that has one, but it's not convenient like it is convenient to just be given some plastic miniatures that are just made already. That is still ultimately more convenient right now. So yeah, that's what the MiniWarGaming Forge is becoming, because it's the natural evolution of that. It's the natural evolution of where that is going. So I think, is that actually what that is? That goes there like that. A forge is a forge as long as it's forging. Yeah, yeah, I like that. The forge is life. The forge of Mars. Yes, the forge is life. Ooh. AI does not compute. Well, really? Fire Drake, a personal invitation to the bunker I would love to take you up on. It's on the bucket list for my cousin and myself to come. Definitely some type of... Oh, yes. Absolutely, man. And you too. You know what? The Forge of Mars. Yeah, I think we would have a blast hanging out. So if there's any time you're coming over to this side of the pond, okay, if you're traveling to Canada, the MiniWarGaming Bunker is an invitation to you. That's a personal invitation to you because I've met you in real life, and we had fun with the gummy bears and the objectives. And we know this is, you know what, guys, if you haven't heard of the Forge of Mars, check out the Forge of Mars. This shout out, this natural, easy shout out. You sold me, you checkmated me with the awesome plastic on all your accounts. Yeah, if you like Titan battles, you're gonna like to see the Forge of Mars. Okay, that's all I gotta say. And The Hobby Hunter, the new YouTube series that I'm making with Brandon Coomer, showcases fun stuff like that. So, an example of an episode that I would be keen on making is a person, a wargamer in our community, like the Forge of Mars. Because the stuff that he does is extreme and insane and is a massive spectacle. And they're all the things that I like to see. And I'm addicted and obsessed with this stuff. And so when I see that the language of obsession, I speak that language. Yeah, that's me. So thank you, you existing. So you validate my existence with your mass collections of plastic. That's why the hobby hunter is going to be a thing. So if I am heading to Canada, it would be to visit you, my brother. Says the Forge of Mars live right now in this chat. Awesomeness. Brotherhoods are forged every day. And today is no different. And you know what? Anyone else watching this right now, it's an open invitation to the bunker. Because you know what the bunker is? Here in Canada, the MiniWarGaming bunker in Welland, Ontario, Canada, 12 minutes from Niagara Falls. You know what this place is? It is your battleground and second home. It's that too. It's true. Because if you've spent any time watching the videos, then that contributes to the ad revenue that we get, which helps the bunker be a thing. So you contribute to the bunker, therefore it's your second home. It's fact. You battle at your second home at the bunker. So it would be nice to see you visit your second home here at the bunker. And you know what? The Forge of Mars, bringing it back around this way. Yeah, it'd be really cool to do a massive Titan battle with you. Could you imagine that? The whole space upstairs? You know what? Is this a thing? Was that just spoken out loud? Is that something you would be able to do? You got a lot of Titans, man. How would you transport them across the pond is my question. uh, but I just thought about that logistically. That'd be crazy. Can we expect a sequel to the short film to Feel the Demon Prince? Oh my goodness, man, that's an old one. Well, now I'm thinking about a sequel. Redacted A3. I love how you guys are constantly adapting to the wargaming scene. It's constant evolution, honestly. That's what mini wargaming is. Every year we slightly change a little bit. We're not the same any year. This whole community and industry, I think, is way too young to really see any sort of like cottage industry business types to be the exact same for every single year of its existence. Anything that I've seen over the 16 years of being a part of this online community and in-person community of the wargaming whatever, companies need to adapt to change. The ones that didn't died. That's pattern over time. And that's not unique to our industry. That's like, I think that's every industry. You just got to adapt. Yeah. You got to evolve. You got to evolve to Mars because you're a forge and you're making things and you're plastic and people. If I am heading to Canada, it would be to visit you, my brother. Thank you for the invite and your kind words. You too, Forge of Mars. FireDrake18, I hope you have Adam on the show. I actually bought some terrain from him about 10 years ago. Would be nice to see his process from when he first started making terrain to now. You know what, FireDrake18? That is an excellent idea. Thank you for bringing that to my awareness. I think that would be a really interesting process, and I as well would be curious to really deep dive into his evolution because he's been doing stuff a long time now. A decade or more? Yeah. Yeah, I want to see where that story has come. Redact day 3. Oh man, I would love to come. Need to convince the wife it would be a good thing for me to do on a Canada holiday. LOL. Any tips? Yeah, well, here's one. You could book the officer suite because that has a queen bed, and there's 5 bunker bedrooms, and they're each themed wargaming centric. So you'll be in heaven when you're here. This is the ultimate man cave. So, but the one that you're gonna want if you're coming here with her, which is what I recommend, come here with her. You experience this together. That's a queen bed, its own bathroom. It's a good amount of space. It's got a desk and it has a microwave and a fridge. Like it's a hotel room. It's a zone for a hotel room, hostel, bed and breakfast, all that stuff. It's zoned for all that. It's small and modest. It's not a typical hotel room that you would visit at any hotel. It's like the only reason why it's might be considered special to a wargamer is because it helps with that certain level of immersion when you visit the universe that you escape to in your idle thoughts. And so it's a specialized experience when you come to the bunker. So that by itself, it kind of like it's kind of like when someone makes a sandwich for you and, they really care about you and it's a kind gesture and they make it for you and you eat it and it tastes good because you know that it was made with love. Well, as corny as that sounds, we'll bring it back to the corn in it. And if you know it was inspired by corn, and that's how the bunker was made, and it was over 100 people, and it took over 2 years, and there was a whole driving force of chaos behind that the whole time, and it just somehow happened, and it's because of the community, and it's a cyclical thing, and it's your second home. When you come to the bunker, that's the energy that emits off the walls. It's your second home. It's your place to stay and have fun. There's 24-hour access to the gaming hall. You can game into the wee hours of the morning if you really wanted to. There's opportunities to schedule games to be a guest in battle reports as well. And if you have Ravage Star miniatures, then that's when we're getting to the scheduling of the Ravage Star battle reports for the guests that just are able to come and visit and be in the videos, because that's what it's always been. It's always been people from the community visiting us in videos, guests and battle reports, because why not? That's what we do. We play games with each other. Yeah. So that's the bunker. And it's Niagara Falls is close. So if you want to do the touristy thing, that's about 12, 15 minutes away. The Niagara, like the falls themselves, which is we're on the Canadian side, which is way better than the American side in terms of viewing the falls, because you see 75% of them on the Canadian side, whereas the American side you don't. So the view is better. There's lights. There's a lot of fun things to do, in addition to the fun things to do at MiniWarGaming, and they're close by. So yeah. That's some fun stuff. And then there's also hanging out with us as well. Because, brotherhood, family, it's a good time. But it's on your own schedule, right? Because the bunker's open. It's open and ready for you to come and hang out. That's it. And this is what you support, and it's awesome. And I'm still holding this miniature because I genuinely like it. Like getting Reese back. Okay, what were the names? All right, back to the names. ADHD. Okay, back to the what's the name? Name for this. What were the suggestions? I think any man that can wear power armor and not be ridiculed will love the bunker. You're 100% correct. You're right at home. You're no better place. A lot of good tourist stuff on the Canadian side. Yes, there is a lot of good stuff. That's where the touristy stuff is. Dustin W, I want to bring my Ravage Star and stay at the bunker. It would be so awesome. Yes, do it. Book it. Do it. Yes. You know what? I should probably just make a video just saying that. Because sometimes it's just a matter of knowing that it's available to do. Right? It's like hey, if you're one of the 4,000 people who backed the original Ravage Star campaign, and if you're one of the 2,000 people that got this game, and okay, yeah, if you want to play in a Ravage Star Battle Report, if you want to just show off your painted army on the channel and playing a game, like, what? Are you kidding me? It's a dream come true to be able to do that for us because we've been fans of this hobby for so long and we've been playing the games that we love for so long. To be able to do that with our own game that we've all made together is a dream come true. So, yeah, open invitation. Play Ravage Star at the bunker. That would be absolutely amazing. All right, Forge of Mars, you're headed off. Had a blast and have liked and subscribed, etc. I see you. I see you too. Okay, and there's fun times to be had in the future. I can feel it. Oh man, the ground will shake because of the rumble of the Titans on the Forge of Mars. Ugh. 2019 was when we were having our family reunion, and my cousin and I were going to the bunker. Then COVID. Frederick 18. Yeah, a lot of change. The plans needed to change because of COVID. So I get that, but there is always the rescheduling of the original plan. So if you came to the bunker, Fire Drake, I would love to do a battle report with you. I would love to do that. It's a matter of scheduling it. That's it. It's as easy as that. No, that's an invitation to Fire Drake 18. Specifically you, Fire Drake. It means a lot to me that you've been watching the videos and supporting us for all these years. So it's like, that's really cool. That's really cool, man. You really need to do a tourist advertise for other things to enjoy on visit to MiniWarGaming. Mark Tryon. You know what? That's a really good idea. Yeah, okay. Yeah, very good idea. Okay, so in a typical day, it's like I like to do the social media, so that's why I do the social media. And working on the video projects, and so whether it's in battle reports or working on stuff on the side, also thing. When I'm not doing that stuff, I'm looking at the painted models. Oh man, I'm so addicted to it. Yeah, I just like to tune into that, and so I'm so excited to show you Hobby Hunter. I can't wait. I can't wait to show you. Brandon, if you're watching this, Brandon is the one editing it right now. Brandon, if you're watching this, I can't wait. Like it's killing me. Like I want to show everyone. Okay. You know what? I think this is where we say goodnight. This is good. Yawning is good. That means it's been a really good night. And you know what? I really thank you guys for keeping me company as I socially detoxed here in this one-way conversation. It feels really selfish of me to just talk at you, but no, it really means a lot to me that we hang out. This actually feels like Adepticon. It feels like this is how it is at Adepticon. Honestly, this is like pockets of people, and conversation hopping is the best part about Adepticon. Like for me as an extrovert, getting into meeting people, and I just have an absolute blast. Whether I'm at a booth, in a booth, outside of a booth, it doesn't matter. I could be in the hallway, lots of excitement, lots of noise and sounds and colors and people. It's quite overwhelming. It can be anyway, or it could be absolute heaven, which it was for me. It was absolute heaven to just dive in. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Good night. Happy wargaming. And we're going to get you, Reese. Okay? Reese at My Mini Factory. Remember that name. Okay? We're going to get him. We're going to. What was his name again? One more thing before I go. I don't want to forget. Last thing in my mind, I want to remember this. What's his name? What's his name again? Who remembers? Does anyone remember? Have a good rest. Blood for the Blood God. It'd be an absolute dream come true to visit. Thanks for all you and everyone at MiniWarGaming does to make a world a better place. Thank you, Miss Megan. Haha, that yawn I sent to you are a people pleaser. You have slowly found it more difficult to compute sentences. Uncle Ruckus, that's it. Uncle Ruckus, Spine Eater, the unsatiated. It's, you know what? He is Uncle Ruckus. But I really like Spine Eater, the unsatiated. Oh man. Do not call him Uncle Ruckus until see the Boondocks cartoon. It was a prank, Dave. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. See, this is why I run polls on the Mini Wargaming YouTube community. Because if I have questions about things, what helps me sift through it are like volumes. Does that make sense? So if I'm like, all right, here's a miniature. What color do you see most? Yellow, orange, blue. And I run a poll and it's like, whoop. Like, oh, okay. That's a thought in my brain now. I can keep that thought or I can replace it with another one. But what it does do is it helps to inform future thoughts. So thank you, brain. You're the brain. I'm tapping into the brain right now. And I get feedback from the brain. That's how I view all this. That's the only way any of this makes sense. So, yeah. Uncle Ruckus was going to be his name, and now it's... I don't know what his name is anymore, so... Bazinga. Baby Booey. Yeah, you're right. It's really hard for me to say goodbye. Just like it's like... I want to talk about him. I want to show him off, because he's pretty. I want to paint. I want to start painting him. I want to use a harder and Steamback airbrush to paint him. Should I do that? Is that a good idea? Bruh. You got great hair for a gamer. Is that Flock? What? What does that even mean? Brutalis. Ooh, I like that. Brutalis. The Spine Eater? Ooh, Brutalis, the Spine Eater. What if it was that? Brutalis, the Spine Eater. And what is his legend? Dry brushed, airbrushed? I'm thinking a little bit of both, to be fair. I'm thinking we'll do some airbrushing to get some like general shades and a bit of zenithal. Why am I asking that? I'm asking because I don't know yet. Yes, that's it. I don't know yet. I know I want to airbrush it, but why do I want to airbrush it? Because I want to get better at airbrushing. That's why. And I thought Harder and Steam Pack would be a good company to kind of maybe see if we can use some of their airbrushes. And I think Squidmar might have an airbrush. A Harder and Steam Pack airbrush. Is it called like an Ultra or something? Maybe someone might know in the comments. But yeah, because that looks like it's fun. Because when I see Squidmar stuff, I think, okay, that looks like it's fun. I see bright colors, I see moving sounds, and I see a lot of effort in production. So yeah, I'm curious about that. Thanks for what you do for the hobby, but I'm all tuned up with Moonor appointments tomorrow. Be good and thanks. Night, fellas. Maple Coat. Maple Cote. Airbrush giveaway. Go by Ravage Star. Be one of the cool kids. LOL, says Dustin. Need sleep? Good night, brother. Yes, it's Epic. Airbrush giveaway. To be fair, that is an idea that I also had because, you know, who doesn't want a bunch of stuff? But your eyes are red ruby. Call it a day. I have the same issue, LOL. Yeah, I am a bit tired. I did want to kind of exhaust myself a little bit because I've been moving all day, but I needed to get a lot of these thoughts out. So yeah, I think it'd be good to like close it off. Still have this mini in my hand. Oh my goodness, it's still in my hand. Hold it this way and we get to do a Velbjorn. So yes, sculpting. Check out his Patreon. You know, if you want to, if you're interested in you know, green stuffing, really cool, epic Odin-esque beards on Space Marine faces, because that's what Valbjorn is. Because again, with Hobby Hunter, it's like there's so many cool artists who do cool things in our community, and I get the privilege of seeing this stuff all day long because you support me in doing that by supporting MiniWarGaming as a Vault member. That enables me as a content creator to be inspired to make the things that I want to make. And really what I really want to make right now is just a lot of videos about artists in the community. So yeah. What happened to Mini Wargaming Joe? Well, Nate, he's still around. Yeah, he runs, he jogs. Saw him a couple months back. Was jogging with my son and ran into Joe because Joe, he lives in town. He's still here. Yeah, time for bed. Nobody wants a sick Dave. It's past 2 a.m. for me. Oh, Fire Drake. Well, thank you. Yes, it's good to know that there are people who are taking care of one another. Have a good night, everyone. I got a cheap $30 airbrush compressor combo. Gonna set up the Zen Zone. I think I'm gonna bring that airbrush home. Get our work in here. But yes. Have a good night. Talk to you later. Happy wargaming.